Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, for the purpose of discussing proposed revisions to operating and capital budget and school board policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct, 2024-25. And let me also just apologize to anybody who might be tuning in live. We've had a bit of a power struggle this morning, so we are up and running, and hopefully we will remain that way for the duration of our work session. The public will not have an opportunity to participate in this work session to provide public comment because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken today, and there will be no public comment period in which the public would normally address the school board on relevant topics that are related to the work of the board. Thank you all that are here in person for joining us, and those of you who may be joining us live or joining us at a future point in time. All board members are attending in person. I want to remind the public that board members will not be engaged in outside electronic or digital communication during the meeting so that we can focus our full attention on the matters before us. To my fellow board members and district staff, when speaking, please make sure your microphone is turned on and speak directly into your microphone as closely as possible so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you correctly. We will begin with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And a nice little tune from one of our board members. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, Member Gould.
I probably should have done this before our moment of silence, but we've had two very, very tragic gun issues in the West Orange County. One was last week when a young man who went to Bridgewater, sixth grader, got a hold of a gun and believe we shot a family member. Originally was a caregiver. And the second was this morning, an accident of a very dear friend that I won't say because I'm not sure that it's completely public yet, but he was cleaning a gun and a new gun owner, and it went off, and he also tragically, and he's someone who is very supportive of our schools. So please keep both of these families in your thoughts and prayers. And I don't think we can say often enough, people have a right to have guns, but they need to be completely responsible and make sure they are held in locations where young children cannot get them, ever. So thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Member Gould. Let me also, just for anybody who might be tuning in and wasn't aware of the first tragic situation, I do want the public to know that this has been communicated through, I think, most of our media channels. So Member Gould is not sharing something that hasn't been communicated. And I want to echo Member Gould's comments. When I learned about the first tragedy, I reached out to the superintendent to confirm that last year we did put out a cautionary warning to all of our parents and all of our staff how critically important it is to safely store all guns. This was something that was brought to us by a constituent, and we will be reiterating that again at the beginning of this school year, and probably doubling down on that message, because I don't think we can say it enough. I totally agree with what Member Gould said, people should be allowed to own guns, but for the sake of their loved ones, their neighbors, their friends, it's so important to safely secure them. So with that, Member Felder, you're recognized.
Thank you. It appears this is such a joyous time for our high school students and all of our students because it's graduation. It's so sad that we're having to sit on this board and report such tragedy that's hitting our district. But again, I mentioned it at the last board meeting, but the funeral was on Sunday. The children at Jones High School lost a very dear teacher, and they didn't take it real well. So they have graduation, and Dr. Dispenza and Jose, Dr. Martinez, all of them, we're working to try to make sure, and Ms. Bridges, that the graduation is a very happy occasion for the students at Jones, but it was very, very difficult for them on Sunday. So hopefully by the time graduation rolls around, that will be okay. Thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Member Felder. Yes, unfortunately, sometimes for our students, the loss of a teacher is sometimes the very first loss they experience, and our teachers have just an enormous impact on our students and the relationships that our teachers, our coaches, and our employees form with our students. It's so important, and it's so profound, and so losing any one of them is extremely hard on our students. I'm glad, Dr. Vasquez, that you and your administration take so seriously making sure that we have counselors at our schools whenever there's any kind of a tragedy to help our students cope. So with that, I am going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Vasquez for our operating and capital budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before my opening remarks, I do want to clarify for those that were with us when we started, the chair alluded to a power struggle. I don't want any to think that there was a power struggle amongst the board members. We actually had a power outage.
Oh, thank you. I didn't, Dr. Vasquez, when you just said that, I grabbed the mic to jump in and say, no, don't tell him it was a power struggle. I told him it was a power struggle. I'm so glad you corrected that. That didn't sound right at all when you said it, so it couldn't have sounded right when I did. Yes, we've had numerous power outages leading up to this that delayed the start of the meeting.
All right. Well,
and maybe our when this runs and is rebroadcast, maybe we can ask our IT folks to figure out how to put a disclaimer underneath of my comment so that nobody stops right there and just tunes us out. Dr. Vasquez, you're right.
All right. Well, it's that time of year where we have a work session on our operating and capital budget. It's not the time where the board actually is making any decision because the budget is still in the process of being built. But we do share with the board and the public the framework for this upcoming year. And we have both our Chief Financial Officer, Doreen Concolino, and Judith Padres, who will be presenting today. I'm going to turn it over to our CFO to begin.
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, Chair Jacobs, school board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. Today is your operating and capital budget work session, and here with me today is Judith Padres, Senior Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and she will be reviewing the capital portion of the presentation. Our agenda for today's budget work session is as follows. We will review the operating budget, the capital budget, and then our next steps. This slide shows the actual FTE for past years along with the projection for next year. Our current projection for fiscal year 2025 is 224,566 FTE, an increase of 7,382 FTE over the third calculation of the prior year of 213,183. This forecast incorporates all K-12 students, including charter school and scholarship students. However, it does not include VPK students. Based on projections from student enrollment, traditional schools are expected to decline by 600 FTE. Here is a breakdown of FTE by traditional, charter, and scholarship students, and highlights the steady increase in scholarship FTE as shown in the orange bars. 2018-19 is a benchmark year and only includes McKay students. The Family Empowerment Scholarship, or FES, was signed into law in May of 2019, and FES scholarship FTE was folded into district counts starting in the 1920 year. Charter enrollment has remained mostly flat as reflected in the dark blue bars. Our traditional enrollment, as indicated in the lighter blue bars, dipped in 2024, and as noted previously, student enrollment has estimated a reduction of 600 FTE in 2025. Here are our property tax values since 2011. These dollars help fund both the operating and capital budgets for the coming school year. Last year, we had a 12.07% increase in taxable values. This year, our taxable values are projected to increase by 4.4%, based upon the estimated tax roll as calculated by the Office of Economic and Demographic Research. The current projection, as you can see, is fairly steady growth of around 5% per year over the next 5 years. The state legislature will allow districts to capture additional funding tied to the growth in taxable values by keeping the state average of the required local effort rate at the same level as last year. This chart shows a comparison of per-student funding from the second calculation since July of 2007. We use the second calculation in this comparison because that is the calculation in effect at the time of the adoption of the budget. For the upcoming year, there is a $307 increase in FEFP per student funding over the prior year's second calculation. July 2024 is the per student funding reflected in the conference report. The second calculation will not be available until mid-July after the tax roll is certified by the property appraiser. In 2008, state funding declined dramatically until the FEFP funding reached its lowest point in 2011. The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, is represented in the line above the funding bars, which signifies the inflationary impact year over year and demonstrates that funding has not returned to the 2007 pre-recession levels. We illustrate an annual CPI from December to December, and as shown, inflation had been moderate, with an average CPI increase of around 2% per year since 2007, until 2023, when inflation rose to 8% and is now currently hovering at 4.1%. When comparing to the second calculation of the prior year, and including the special millage shown in dark blue, the total per-student increase is $332, or 3.5% over the prior year. Even with the special millage, the district still has a reduction in purchasing power of about $1,348 per student over July 2007 amount when adjusted for inflation. Again, thank you to the voters of Orange County for supporting the special millage, which helps tremendously to sustain the programs in our schools. This graph represents the total state appropriations, operating and fixed capital outlay, as a percentage of the total over the last 4 years. The first grouping, education, includes early learning, public schools, community colleges, and universities. As you can see, the percentage of the state budget assigned to education increased from 25.9% of the budget to 30.4% of the budget. And this graph includes all funds. For 2025, the total state budget comprised of all funds actually decreased by $21.3 billion, or 18.2%. Although there is a reduction to education of nearly $1.2 billion and to human services of $898 million, both education and human services constitute the largest portion of the state budget. The legislature prioritized an investment to increase criminal justice and corrections. Now, this graph represents just the education appropriations as a percentage of the total over the last 4 years and compares the 2024 first calculation to the 2025 first calculation. As you can see in the second grouping, more money has been appropriated to public schools, specifically 67.2% of the total education appropriation, up from 65.7% in the prior year. The significant investment in family empowerment scholarships is contributing to this increase. Employee compensation is the board's #1 priority. Competitive wages are vital to recruiting and retaining employees. The superintendent is currently engaged in a salary analysis for principals and assistant principals. Additional Safe Schools funding will be utilized to secure SROs for all of our schools and pursue other initiatives and strategies to ensure the safety of our students and staff. Additional mental health assistance dollars will be used for direct mental health services and resources for students. Board members also identified literacy training in the science of reading as a priority, as well as promoting choice opportunities for students that include multiple educational pathways. Other budget items that will impact the 2025 operating budget. The board fronted 3% of the current year's salary increase, which equates to approximately $38 million to the general fund. In fiscal year 2025, the district will increase recurring board contributions, $26 million for employee health care benefits. As part of the current year compensation package, the district and our unions have agreed to a 1-year premium discount in fiscal year 2025 to lessen the impact of increased health care premium costs to our employees. The estimated cost of the premium discount is $7.34 million that will come from general fund reserves. The recurring costs to maintain prioritized ESSER-funded positions and initiatives total $16.3 million. Changes to employer-paid FRS rates are negligible in comparison to previous years and are anticipated to cost the district approximately $758,000 to all funds, which includes $650,000 to the general fund. We are pleased with the reprieve to increases in the employer-paid retirement contribution. School resource officer negotiations are ongoing. Based on their most recent request, this may result in a significant increase in costs. And finally, our utility costs continue to rise, and we're estimating an $8.6 million increase for next fiscal year. We recently received our most current state ranking for administrative cost per student. OCPS has the 6th lowest administrative cost per student out of the 67 school districts, and no large school district is ranked higher than OCPS. Although commendable, administrative costs may be too lean and consideration given to expanding resources. We started the current year with an unassigned fund balance of $107 million. Board policy requires a minimum of 3% of unassigned fund balance for fiscal emergencies. As of the current year budget, that amounts to $64.6 million. Unassigned fund balance can be used to fund one-time costs, such as equipment purchases and bonuses. However, fund balance should not be used to fund salary increases or other recurring costs. Our unassigned fund balance may end higher than previously projected due to the final infusion of federal ESSER dollars. And as a reminder, ESSER funding sunsets in September of 2024. This chart provides some historical context to our unassigned fund balance. Again, these are the dollars we have to help with fiscal emergencies. It is difficult to estimate where we will end the current year, as required accounting entries normally continue through the month of August. Some examples of items that impact this number include receipt of purchased items prior to July 1st, tax certificates sold by the tax collector, the infusion of federal funds, and utility consumption, to name a few. For the 2024 school year, Food and Nutrition Services served over 39.6 million meals to students. For the 2025 school year, all meals at current schools will be provided to OCPS students at no charge, regardless of income level. This initiative was made possible through the Community Eligibility Provision, or CEP. CEP is an option for school districts operating child nutrition programs and is administered by the United States Department of Agriculture. The provision ensures all students have access to nutritious meals at no cost, removing the stigma associated with receiving free and reduced-priced meals. This program will also reduce administrative burdens associated with managing meal applications and collecting outstanding meal account balances. The 3 new schools opening in August cannot yet participate in the CEP program. However, we have derived a strategy with FNS to offer meals at no cost at these 3 schools. As noted on this slide, food service meal prices for adult lunch will increase in fiscal year 2025. The only other enterprise-like operation is our printing services area, which supports the schools and work locations throughout the district. And now Judith Padres will present the capital budget.
Can we pause here and just see if board members have any questions at this point in time? Member Gould.
Thank you for this presentation. And first, I do want to thank the legislature and the governor for increasing the percentage to public schools. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it trickles down into all the needs that we have. If you could go back to slide 7, please. This is my love-hate slide. This is the slide I rely on every single year to see if we are ever gaining. And I think since I was elected in 2012, when obviously the gap was the biggest, I think it was $1,700 or $1,800 then, we have stayed steady at about $1,400 gap, if my memory serves me right. And I just wanted to articulate what's in that gap a little bit. We have had the support of our wonderful community in the referendum. We have, and so much has been able to be maintained. So let's talk about that first. Our arts programs, trying to retain teachers, although that's gotten much more difficult in recent years due to a variety of reasons. Pay being one of the biggest, when they can go out into industry market and make a heck of a lot more money with their fantastic skills that they've been highly trained in through their education. You know, our arts, our sports, a lot of our extracurriculars that have been the saving grace for really preparing students to be successful in the work world and in the real world versus driving to take a test, which I don't know of another time in my life I've ever been driven to take a test other than my driver's license. That's it. That's the only other time I've ever had to really take a test for my livelihood. I had a choice in certifications, but I didn't have to do it. And that was very pertinent to me because of my life. But the gap really represents a lot of choices we have to make right at the school level, from added curriculum to expanding on options to expose our students for learning who they are so that they can be successful, to giving more raises to all staff that we are highly competing for. We know that we cannot even compete in the market when it comes to some of our supporting staff, like bus drivers and custodial and engineering maintenance. And we've created all kinds of partnerships, but this gap, if not closed, we can create all the partnerships we want in the world, won't make a difference. So I just wanted to come back and talk about the gap because it's very sanitized when we're just talking numbers and rolling through them and not really sharing what that means, for a student. Because what that means for a student is they may or may not have something that engages them in their school. They may or may not get that extra help that they need because we have staff shortaging. They may or may not get a minute with their guidance counselor to really do a deep dive when it's needed. And if they're dealing with a medical issue, they may or may not have the right level of care in their clinic to help them stay in school. That's what that gap means. And I think we really need to let people know that if we want to support students for a successful economic prosperity in the state of Florida and want them to stay here, we have to invest in this, because this is the first stage of economic development. Because our job is not, even though that's what we're driven to do right now, our job, when you talk to the world, is not to make sure they can pass a single test. Our job is to make sure they can walk across the stage and go into life successfully. So, no question, just
Thank you.
sadness.
Thank you, Member Gould. Member Custer-Dental.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member Gould, for putting all of that into context. I would like to look at slide 9, education appropriations. And I know you explained this in what you said, but I don't think it's as clear in the graphic. This is explaining how the state allocates education dollars, right? And then the second grouping says public schools, and that there's a rise or an increase in what they're allocating this year for public schools. However, you also mentioned that the increase is really due to the Florida Empowerment Scholarship, which goes to private schools.
Correct.
Which, so I think it's a little bit misleading, or it's not descriptive enough. Maybe there should be some kind of caveat down there that we're not really seeing the increase here, and that the Family Empowerment Scholarship is for private school tuition, private religious schools, and schools that don't have the same oversight over their dollars. They do not go through a public or transparent process of scrutinizing the budget like we're doing right now. They simply get the dollars and allocate them the way they want to, and we don't have any way to oversee that. I just thought that that was an important part to put in there. Otherwise, it looks like we are getting more money when we are now sharing it. Another question I had is on slide 11. Oh, you want to respond?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to point out in the first calculation of the FEFP, $2.8 million is going, excuse me, $2.8 billion is going towards scholarships.
Right. I just think that this graphic needs to have like a little star
Okay.
caveat.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Okay. The other one is on slide 11. Other budget items, and the last one, increasing cost of utilities at $8.6 million. I can only see that the cost will continue to increase, and wonder if this is a good time to reconsider the use of solar and investing in more solar technology. I know that we don't have the return on investment, but calculations, but maybe with the rising cost, that adds another element. I know we do have a program with Duke, but as far as solar panels on our schools, that might be something that we look into. Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Castellano? All right, thank you. Well, so let me follow up on your comments on page 9 about two things about the labeling. My first question was when you mentioned that there's a significant investment in the Family Empowerment Scholarship. It would be helpful, I think, to know what percentage of this increase is related to that. I heard you say 2.8 billion is going to the to scholarships, but for me, and I think for the public, that's a big number, but I don't have a context for that.
Certainly.
So that would be really helpful. I do think that labeling, to Dr. Castellano's point, I think either labeling or if that number is a material amount in the context, that we might look at seeing if we can break that out separately.
Yep.
Along those same lines, just on presentation and labeling, on page 12, one of the things that jumped out to me, and I really appreciate having the script in the presentation. I know I've said it before, but it's just invaluable to me in following along. And when I want to come back and review it, it's really, really helpful. So thank you for that. And that was helpful to me because when I first looked at this slide and I saw the blue box that says ranked number 6 administrative costs, I know that means 6th lowest, and your commentary explained that. But for the public who might see this, I think we really need to be clear, 6th lowest. So normally I would see 6th, I would think highest. Again, I didn't think that, but I wouldn't want anybody else to get that impression. All right, I just kind of tried to go in the order that Member Castellano had gone, but I did have a couple of other questions. If you can bear with me for just a minute. The 3% salary increase that we fronted this year, it's not clear to me how well known that is to our employees, our teachers in particular, because this was part of the union negotiation. And I may have missed communication, but I heard very little about that, especially coming from the bargaining union to their members. So it's so important to me that it's understood that the raises seen this year are going to be impacted by the magnitude of the raises last year. So that's a general question, not necessarily to you all, but about whether we've done everything we can to make sure our employees know. And if not, I think there's still an opportunity. And maybe it is well known, but I just hear so little in terms of feedback about that. So the other question I have related to that, what did the BSA do this year, this coming budget compared to last year's budget? The BSA, the percentage.
So the BSA percentage is 3.7. However, when you start to break it down, in total, the increase is 3%.
Okay. And
And now, let me just clarify, excuse me, that is comparing to the third calc of the current year.
Okay.
And most important, we need to compare to the fourth calc, which was supposed to be released in April, but we still have not gotten that from the state. So
Okay.
that fourth calc and comparing this first calculation of 2025 will determine what our available dollars are.
Okay. And so the reason for asking that question is, without us having to look as we do every year for what else can we trim, there's only so much you can keep trimming before you're really affecting the quality of our students' access to education. But with the increase that we're seeing, it would, unless I'm misunderstanding this, that 3% increase, that's just enough to make up for what we committed last year. And so, again, managing expectations is so important. And it's very hard because we are not the only messenger. But again, to the extent that we can communicate that out, I think it will be helpful in trying. What I have seen coming from CTA is, in terms of a request, is very concerning to me, because I don't understand how we could possibly get there. And so I think we are set up for an unnecessary contentious relationship. I also want to double back on Member Gould's comments, and I'm not being argumentative, but whenever you talk about the deficit that we have in terms of keeping up with the cost of inflation, you often talk about economic development, and I want to add to that, not subtract from that. And I hate to be negative, but it's not just about whether our students are graduating and able to contribute to economic development. It's also what happens if our students are not prepared. It's not just a lack of economic development. It can be an incredible drain on our economy, which is insignificant compared to the impact that can have on our students' lives and the ripple effect that has on their families and their children and the next generation. So there's almost like no such thing as status quo. We are either contributing, or our efforts here are exacerbating problems that we have in our community. This is not a commentary about OCPS. I am amazed, ever since I've been here, how this district over and over and over again manages to find ways to cut the costs, cut everything we can, and pour as much as we can into salaries. But in spite of that, we're not keeping up because we're not able to. And the salaries that our employees make, as you pointed out, is just a far cry from what they deserve and what they contribute to society. So I don't know how often we can say it or where we can say it that's better understood, but we are on the brink of a serious crisis in our nation and in our state. So on that cheery note,
Chair Jacobs, may I?
Please.
So I cannot speak for communication or the communications team, although I believe there was communication that spoke to the fronted 3%. And I can't speak for the bargaining team, but I can speak regarding the budget. And we had our first ESSER presentation in December, and at that point, I specifically spoke about the fronted 3% and the $38 million. We had a follow-up in February, and then our final presentation was in March, and then we had our board budget priorities in May. So personally, I have said that publicly multiple times.
So I am sorry. Ever since I started this meeting, I have used I think, terminology or explain things in a way that wasn't as clear. I'm not accusing anybody, communications, finance, anybody, the superintendent, anybody, of not communicating it. If that's how that was, I came across, I apologize. My fear is that we can communicate a lot, but whether or not the people we want to hear it are receiving it or are digesting it or are believing it concerns me, because I don't feel like enough of our teachers in particular and all of our employees are prepared, but especially our teachers, for the reality. And I don't have an answer for how we overcome that. It's just a concern that I constantly worry that this is going to be a really bad year because we tried so hard last year to do more than we could, and the expectations will not match our reality. Again, it is not a criticism of the efforts that we've made, but, and I don't know what the solution is. Dr. Vasquez, please, I see you wanting to respond, and I welcome your feedback.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've already tasked our Chief of Staff and our Chief Communications Officer to pull all the communications related to the raises, those that we published and those that were sent out directly to our teachers. It is unfortunate that we are starting off with information that is vague and possibly disingenuous. I hate to use that term again, but it appears that that's where we are when communication is being sent out and distributed to some of our teachers that we never shared, that we fronted the 3%. In fact, it was part of the presentation during the impasse hearing. And we are certainly strategizing on how we will continue to communicate. But I do believe that the majority of our teachers, the vast majority of our teachers, understood, as was evidenced by the 99.5% approval of our package for this past year. But we will continue to push out information so that we are over communicating. But I do believe that sometimes some individuals are not giving teachers enough credit about the information that they are getting and that they are receiving and that they are understanding.
Well, thank you for that. And I don't have any empirical data on this, and it relieves me to hear you say that. I only know the small feedback I'm getting, and I don't see much acknowledgement of that, and that's why it concerns me. And to the extent that other board members, when you're out at your schools, can also just kind of double down on that message to remind everybody that the extraordinary effort that we went through, so that they can also understand what that means for this year, I think would be helpful as well. Okay, with that, let me go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if it makes you feel better, if you go back to last Tuesday's board meeting and you hear me mispronounce almost everybody's name, you'll feel so much better about about you today. So I just want to throw, if you need a little pick me up, then go back and watch that.
Vice Chair, I did watch it live. I almost sent you an email thanking you for making me feel better about the number of times I have butchered people's names. So thank you very much. I felt much better. I do feel like I do owe the superintendent and the entire team an apology, because I certainly didn't mean, although it came across that way, that we weren't communicating. Just wish I knew that that message wasn't being overwhelmed or dwarfed by a message that doesn't include that.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a wonderful student that got like all fives, perfect scores. It was just amazing. It was just amazing on the ACT. And so, yeah, from Freedom High School. So the quality of, there you go, member front. So the education that our students are receiving in a public school is phenomenal. So back, and I appreciate all that you and your team does during, because I know that it's getting increasingly difficult to budget dollars because money flows through us that we don't ever get, we don't ever touch, but it's in our numbers, it's confusing. And at the end of the day, we don't know, like beginning the next school year, we don't know how many students are going to take advantage of the FES. We just don't. And we don't, it's not communicated as well as it has in the past where we know what's going on. And to Member Gould and Chair Jacobs' point about our economic development and then the strain that it would put on economic development if students aren't educated. And this is off topic, but I'm extremely concerned about our home education students because those are the ones that I think really took advantage of the FES dollars. And I'm not talking about the ones that have been in home education, those parents that are doing a great job. I'm talking about some of the parents that thought it was a good idea and maybe don't understand what it entails or what their child needs to learn. And those that have put their children in Florida virtual school, there's a lot of students in Florida virtual school that are 11, 12, 13 years old that are in second grade, and nobody's paying attention. And I'm worried about children being trafficked. I'm worried about children being abused. Like, there's so much of this, and the districts can't keep up with that. We have 6,000 homeschooled students. We're only 90% caught up with making sure those evaluations are turned in, which means there's 600 students that we don't even know what's going on with them. So when we talk about economic development and we talk about the impact that that's going to have in 10 years, the impact to our economic development could be very high if we don't have guardrails in place to ensure that these students are learning. And I think we offer the best education system around. I'm a big supporter of public education, but I'm not even saying that they need to bring them back to public schools. We just need to make sure that they're being educated. So, and I've been talking to the vice chair of Florida Virtual School. I plan on having conversations with legislators. I'm alerting all the stakeholders and the groups around the state that this is a problem and that it's something that we need to look into, and there's got to be a legislative fix because we're hurting kids. But that has nothing to do with our budget. So I do have some questions about our budget. I'm going to start at the beginning. So on slide 11, page 11. So the 26 million that we have to contribute to healthcare, does that include the 7.34 million for the cost of us fronting the one-year premium discount?
It does not. So the 26 million is recurring dollars that would otherwise go, for example, for salary increases. It's recurring. It is going to be blended into the model. The 7.3 is coming out of our reserves.
Okay. So maybe, add that to the slide, because that 7.3 is significant, and it is coming out of our reserves. And so when we get asked questions about why our reserves the way they are, we do take money out of those reserves. So that would just be, that's important information to know that it's not. Because I assumed, because I didn't see it on this under other budget items, that the 26 million was a total including that 7 million, which is why I asked.
Okay, and just to elaborate a bit more, these are recurring costs.
Okay.
On the slide, the bullets are recurring costs that have to be folded into your budget.
But we don't have a slide of non-recurring costs that we're going to be using for reserves, is that correct?
No, but we do talk about that and during the budget hearing and other times. So I'll be sure it's noted.
Okay, thank you. Because when I get asked questions or when people come to me and ask me about the budget, if they don't see all the numbers, they don't have a good understanding of our budget and where the dollars come from and how we use them, and it looks like we have all this money, and we necessarily don't. So I want to talk about, on page 12, I know that we're looking at how we compare to other entities in terms of our APs and our principals. How soon will we have those dollars so that we'll be able to know budgetarily what we need to budget or what we need to put in?
Dr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our budget team is in the process of working up scenarios and cost associated with that, and we should have those available within the next 2 weeks. We are looking at both principal and assistant principal salary adjustments. And I believe I had mentioned previously that we are significantly lower than the large urban districts. We did request the information for the neighboring districts that were not part of that, and that's also going to weigh into our decision. But we do know that there will need to be additional dollars allocated to that, not only for the 200 plus principals, but over 400 assistant principals.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez, and I appreciate that because I've heard from a lot of APs that it would really be cheaper for them to go back into the classroom with, especially at the secondary, because they get extra dollars for clubs and sports and whatnot, and they would work less and make more money. So I'm glad that we're looking into that. My next question is, so we had a 3% increase in the BSA. Thankfully, and I do appreciate the legislature because we did receive more than we thought we were going to, and the hit to our FRS wasn't as high as we thought, which allowed us to do the premium discount, so I'm very thankful for that. But when we talk about the 3% to the BSA, kind of walk me through those dollars versus the dollars that on the 3% that we allocated for salaries, because I would imagine they're not equal. Like when we talk about a 3% increase in BSA and the EFP, the dollar amounts aren't going to be equal to the 3% that we fronted. So can you just give me the variance between the 3% funded and then the 3% in the BSA?
The BSA, or your base student allocation, is where the FEFP starts. So that went up by $191, which is approximately 3.7%. But when we look at our per student funding, we have to take into account all of the categorical dollars too. And then we have a formula where you look at your total number of FTE into whatever those total dollars are, and that comes out to be actually $258 is the increase, or 3%. There were some slight increases in categorical funding. Those increases, since we overspend in transportation, we overspend in mental health, we overspend in SAFE, so those additional appropriations are then, can be used, are folded into the budget and can be used towards salary increases.
But can I have a series?
Please, of course.
But the BSA is really where we get our flexible dollars from. Like if for salary increases
yes.
or anything that's not in a categorical, the BSA funds are where we can utilize those dollars.
Correct. That's also where the legislature has now folded in the teacher salary increase allocation. I mean, that's a very large dollar amount. Judith can pull that up for us, what that's equivalent to for us, both to maintain the raises that we've given over the last number of years, as well as 1.07% is what was included in the new budget for salary increase. Our 3% that we've already fronted offsets is more than what we were given in terms of teacher salary increase allocation. But those dollars, as well as the classroom supply dollars and our reading dollars, all those dollars have been folded into the BSA, yet we still have the requirement to spend them as they were previously allocated.
So we're still tied to the language under the categorical, even though they've been folded into BSA.
Correct.
So what are the 3 categoricals that are now folded into the BSA?
We have reading, we have teacher salary increase allocation, and we have the classroom teacher supply dollars.
So can we get a break? I would personally like to see a breakdown in the BSA if you take those categoricals, those 3 categoricals that are really kind of subscribed on how we must spend those dollars out, what we have left over in the BSA, and then compare it to the fronted 3% of the salaries. Like, I just want to see a compare, and I understand that they don't fully fund our transportation, they don't fully fund, like, I understand all that, but I want to see it in my mind, because I, as a board member, keep saying, well, we got 3%, so we can cover the 3%, but that, it's not one-to-one comparable. Like, 3% of the FEFP or the BSA is way higher than the 3% of the salaries that we fronted. So I kind of want to be transparent on those difference of the numbers, and then we can do a deep dive into, this is what they are, but this is all the other things that aren't funded to full capacity, which we know many of our categoricals, mental health, SROs, our safety dollars. I could go on and on about the categoricals that we overspend on, that we have to use those flexible dollars to pay for, but just to have, in my mind, just a more thoughtful breakout so I can kind of understand the numbers. And more importantly, when I am asked questions or I receive emails, that I can explain it well to my constituents or to my teachers, because it's, the FEFP is very complicated and convoluted, and people think they know it and they don't, and then they come to me, and because they don't know it, and I'm like, that's not how it is, but I don't have enough knowledge to tell them why they're wrong. I just know they're wrong. And so just kind of that breakdown would be super helpful for me.
So, go ahead.
The only point, and yes, we will work on that and provide that to all the board members. But what I wanted you to know is that blended into the BSA is $91 million just for OCPS. That's the teacher salary increase allocation. $76.5 million of that is to maintain what we've done, and another $14.6 million, which we have to share that with charter, their proportionate share. That's where the 1.07% comes in.
Thank you.
But I will provide that breakdown for board members.
Before we go to the next board member. Oh, okay. Well, let me just pause here for a second, because I think the questions you're asking are great questions. I personally think it would be helpful if we had a separate work session, voluntary board participation, but a really deep dive, because you may provide us these answers, but I think a conversation to make sure that we all understand it would be beneficial for all the reasons you mentioned. So I know our calendar is tight, and this will be totally, if board members want to participate, I'll talk to the superintendent about whether or not we can make that work. I just think, Ms. Concolino, I think your best efforts to try to give us the information doesn't necessarily mean we'll completely understand it, and if we're one-on-one, there's a better chance that we'll ask our questions. If you have to do that individually with us, that's going to take a lot of time, and remember, the vice chair might ask a question that I didn't think to ask, or I might ask a question. So again, when we all come together, it'll be a strange time. We'll have to try to make it work. Board members will tell us when it works, and hopefully, Dr. Vasquez, can we do something along those lines? Forget the time frame. Yes.
We will look at calendars. It may be that you have an entire day from 8:30 on, because in trying just to fit the ones that we had, everyone's calendars did not give us additional days. So it has to be tacked on to something that we already have. So whether it's a day that already has a board meeting, a day that has a work session, and we would just need to start earlier, or go later. But
Okay.
we'll fit it in.
Okay, so I think the first thing would be just for board members to give some thought to whether this is a valuable, important use of their time, and then we can go from there. Now, back to you. You have the floor again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 13, so our board policy DB requires that we have a 3% contingency in reserves. What is the state's requirement for our reserves? What's the percentage that the state requires?
The state requires, I believe, 3% also, but if you fall below 2%, that is when they need the plan and will consider coming in and taking over.
So the 3% that we require is in addition to the 3% the state requires?
No.
No, it's,
One aligns with the other.
okay, so it's just 3%. And we can't go below 2%. Well, that really negates my next question that I was going to ask, so thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Member Felder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Doreen and company, we always appreciate the work, and oftentimes, I don't want to be offensive, but when I think about our budget and what we're trying to do, I have shared with some other board members, said Doreen is walking a tightrope over fire, trying to make sure our monies, are right. And it's just, well, let me just share this with my fellow board members. And this is just a comment, this is commentary for me. We have been assigned to a very hard place as members of Orange County Public Schools. And my reference, and I understand the separation of state and church, but this is me. My reference from saying this is out of Genesis 1 through 6 chapter. We've been assigned to a hard place because we've got to deal with the budget for our district that was set by Matrix in 1999. And we're in 2024. And I'm sharing this because I do appreciate the effort that the legislators have come up with to try to give more money to help us, but it's just, we have been assigned to manage this, what appears to be an impossible situation. And so I do appreciate the efforts, and I do believe that we do need to have a separate work session so that board members, me especially, we can understand FP, the Florida Educational Financial Plan, what all that means, BSA, base student allocation, so that when members of our constituency ask us questions, we can kind of explain the budget. Budget can be difficult, whether you're a math person or not a math person, but you can be taught. You can be taught if you know all of the idiosyncrasies that come along with it, the nuances that come. You can be taught. I think more than anything, our public wants to know where the monies are going. I'm often asked, and I'm sure the board members are too, all this money we raise in the lottery, they say, why do we have enough money? And you have to explain that's just a small portion of what we get as a public education. It's a small, very, very small percentage, and the fact that we have to share with charter schools and so forth. So it's a lot that we probably need to know to be able to share. I'm looking at, everybody's been on, when they looked at page 11, when people, do I need to be quiet? Okay, all right, so, okay. The 7.3 bill It's coming out of our reserve, that 26 million. I really needed to understand it. I'm glad you shared that with me so I can understand where that was going. The other thing that and I'll probably come back later, but the other thing that I do want to talk about is I am sure as we're getting the monies in, and all of our schools have to share in all of this money, I'm sure that equally our schools, there's not going to be any shortage in any of our schools, regardless of the economic position where they are in terms of whether they're Title I or not Title I schools, because I just want us to know that when we start distributing, we have to, and I know you're doing well, but we have to make sure that that money, and I know that we just don't have a lot. It's like having a pie that can be cut 4 times, we need to cut it 20 times. So it's just very difficult, but we just got to find a way to do it. I know that. Without being fussy and ungrateful, I'm so upset about that matrix. I'm sorry. I'm just so upset that as intelligent as all of us are in education, that the matrix hadn't changed. Because a person in a smaller county that has only 800 students in the whole county, I have an elementary school with 800 students. I just have a concern about that. So I'm looking forward, Doreen, to that time that we'll maybe have to have all day, Superintendent, to understand how what this money is doing and what is our real role in terms of, we look at the budget, we make decisions, but you make decisions to drown or to float, and you have a vast sea, and there's no land in sight. This is where I'm understanding this. So I probably talk later, but specifically, my mind is just on that 1999 matrix that has never been changed, and it's 2024. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Felder. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. On page 9, I agree with the points that were made about parsing out that separate scholarship graph. I think would be super helpful to have the public schools, K through 12 public schools, and then one right next to it, K through 12 scholarship vouchers in the same thing, so we can see how that has gone up. I think that would be very helpful and good for the public in general to see. For page 11, I just wanted to make a comment about the increasing costs with school resource officers. And as we look at, all these discussions we've been having about all the pulls on our budget, I will say, I'm going to put in my 2 cents for our school resource officers and for our municipalities who are tremendous partners with our schools, and just really encourage us to hear them, hear their requests that they have just put in, because when I talk to various chiefs, they have a strong desire to make sure that our schools are safe, of course, for their communities. And as I said, they're tremendous partners. But with that being said, they are also helping us out. And I feel like we really need to do our part. So I just wanted to kind of say, let's really, I 100% agree with that being, I'm glad that it's listed here, that is a priority that we really have to, and I know we are stretched, but the safety of our schools, I want to continue that great positive relationship we have with our municipalities, and I think we have to meet them a little bit where they are. And I know we try, but I'm just putting in my little cheerleader thing for that. I think that, let me keep moving here, hold on. The unassigned fund balance, page 13. I think as a board member for several years now, this is definitely something that we've always heard. And I think that it's interesting, especially page 14, where we see how, I think that's a great graph showing how our unassigned fund balance has decreased from what it was. Because over the years, that's something that, we always hear, that we have too much in our reserves, and that's always the argument that's made. So I think that that's a great graph. And what I'd like to know is, out of that, we have money in there also set aside for Disney, correct?
So that is our assigned fund balance.
Okay, so
this
that's
is your
not part of the
unassigned fund
unassigned.
balance. When we look at our financial condition ratio, that's the combination of assigned and unassigned. That was one of the slides that the union presented during the impasse hearing. But when you're looking at the assigned fund balance, that had the $42.5 million for the transfer. It had the $90 million for Disney. It has OPEB at like 57. That's the other post-employment benefits at 57 million. I'm missing one, but the assigned fund balance, you can look at it and, make an assumption, but those items are assigned for a specific reason. These dollars are not assigned.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. Sorry, I was confused on that, but that's good information to have. The categoricals, I think that Member Gallo has a great point of being able to see the side-by-sides. And this is something that I've always am trying to tell constituents, how we're underfunded in certain categories. I think it would be super helpful to, as she said, have these side-by-sides categoricals. Okay, transportation. This is what the state categorical is. This is what we spend. Just right next to each other. Teacher salary increase. This is what the teacher salary allocation is. This is what we spent. Safety. And I want to see a whole list of those side by side, because I think if we could share that with the public, it's quite shocking. I have one constituent that is constantly reaching out to me about buildings and building schools, and I know that's different. But we were having this whole conversation a couple weeks ago about this whole thing and about money coming from the state. And when I shared with him things like our transportation is only funded at 60%, and we have to find that money from somewhere, and that comes from our salaries, because he was talking about teachers and shortages of teachers. And so when I was explaining all this to him, he was in shock, right? And this is somebody that is pretty, watches some board meetings, but still didn't quite understand how lacking we are in some of these areas, and how we, as the chair said, find a way somehow to still pay all these things that we have to do. So I think we need to be a little clearer on sharing that information, and maybe and just spell it out very, very front-facing. I think that would be helpful. And I wanted to say thank you to the chair for her discussion about the cost to our state budget later on when we are not properly educating our young kids. Yesterday, I had a tour with my community of Lift Orlando, and I was listening to him speak about how there's a direct correlation between third grade reading rates and prison, right? So whenever I look at page 8 and I see what the state is spending on public schools, I always think to myself, page 8. I always think to myself, I'm always so frustrated, if they just got it, that if they boosted what they were spending on education, the criminal justice would go down. The health, even human services, people that, and you know this, Member Gold, when people are better educated and have a great way to make a living, or are skilled trains, they take better care of themselves. They can afford to buy the healthier fruits and vegetables. They can afford to go to the doctor for preventative care. All these things would be affected. So I really do appreciate that being brought up today, and I just wanted to kind of give my thanks for that. And also, as far as the FEFP doing a deep dive, I totally agree. I think that many of us who have been very involved with FSBA over the years, they have terrific trainings on the FEFP and on this, but I do know that not all of our board members attend FSBA trainings. So since that's the case, I think that it would be super helpful for us to do a board deep dive. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Gould.
Thank you, and I would like to tack on to Member Byrd's request. I'd love to see that side by side on what we spend, and then add a column on what we need, so that we could identify that variance. So there's two variances, right? The what we get, the what we spend, and thank goodness for our local tax base and philanthropy and grants that we seek and all those other things that we shore up with, and then what we need to really do the job. So I'd love to see that. I want to something else that Member Byrd said is if the legislature could see that we could reduce costs in the future if we could do these things up front. Not only that, but you'd have more prosperous, and that's why communities, and that's why the Florida Chamber, the partnership locally, all of the chambers are focused on supporting education because they get it. They absolutely understand that. But how do we look at our budget a little differently as well? Because one of the things, we're never going to on our own be able to have reoccurring dollars to shore up all of the financial shortages if we aren't allowed to take the tax dollars that go into the base allocation and some more of that flexibility and be able to use it in our area. Maybe there are some areas of Florida that don't have such a salary gap because they're not a high urban area that has a highly competitive tech and hospitality, quite frankly, industries competing for the same people to work. But what do we do with retention? And are there ways in our budget, and maybe some of this could be done early with philanthropy and then be kind of shifted later down the road with budgetary, for retention? And one of the things that I think works well in a couple of our schools is the daycare centers that are also part of a early childhood learning, which, by the way, universities are putting in and making it a pathway to teaching at their campuses for their staffs and their students because people want to come back and train. Could we look at trying to expand that so that we don't have to pull so many substitutes, which are at a higher cost, in the future? If we could create more centers closer to our schools, I'm thinking middle schools might be a good spot, or high schools, obviously, but well, it would have to be high schools if we want the training CTE program in there. But that may be something for us to look at, and maybe even talk with our foundation about really looking at a program like that. What skin could we put into expanding that? But again, that teacher pathway, not just early childhood development, but trying to get those kids into a teacher pathway. And then use it as a retention tool for, which would go hand in hand with the affordable and attainable housing that we're looking into as we go forward. So that's just a thought. the superintendent wants to respond.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gould, we think 2 years ago, maybe 3 now, we did put out an interest survey to our high schools to see how many of them would like to expand the pre-K model. There, and actually, I believe there's 2 or 3 models we have in our schools. For some, they did not at that time have the number of students to be able to put forth that program. We certainly can go back. There are costs associated with putting that program in. And of course, then there's the issue of where the dollars would come from, because the K-12 funding cannot be used for pre-K.
Right. So in follow-up to that, so a couple of thoughts that I'm sure you have in the hopper. One is we're moving a lot of portables around right now because we're trying to reduce our portables. So this would be the time, because it would be a little bit cheaper to maybe relocate them or leave them on some of these campuses and utilize it from a space perspective.
It's not necessarily the classroom space, it's the playground space that's more of an
Right.
issue for the
kiddies.
for the
Littles.
children.
The littles. Yeah. And then I get there would be some cost to that, but if it was a curriculum program that was then leading into a pathway for a teaching magnet and a certification towards their teaching degree, would we not be able to use some curriculum dollars to help support that kind of a program? And how do we, my third thing is, how do we start to seed that excitement in the middle school so they're pathwaying right into that, into 9th grade? Because there are a lot of kids, and this may be part of our mentorship program and connecting the dots, is as these kids who like to help tutor the younger kids might want to really become teachers long term. And how do we connect those dots and not teach them disparately, engaging the kids in this behavior and then not having a pathway for them to plug into as a career path? So those are my thoughts.
Okay, member, did you want to respond?
No, I was going to ask if you're ready for us to move on.
No.
Okay.
Member Ferrant. I think we're getting close.
Okay.
Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully, I can kind of wrap it up. I don't know how many is after me, but just a couple questions. But before I do, I just wanted to touch on the school choice, because I do think there is I always hear like a negative tone about the school choice, and I think we need to remember that the money really does follow the children. And so if we're focused, whether we're on public school or a homeschool or whatnot, if we're really focused on children and making sure that kids are getting the education that they need and what their parents feel they need, then that money should always follow the child, not necessarily the public schools. Although obviously we're here because we want kids to be in the public schools. So I've heard things about the homeschool kids. I know so many homeschool kids who are thriving and flourishing. Of course, you do hear of the ones who it's a struggle and their parents decide whether that's a good fit for them or not. I know public school kids who are behind and struggling. And then I hear public school kids who are getting, acing their ACT and everything that we see here, who come and they're thriving. FLVS also is a great option, I think. My child has had to take a class on FLVS. I don't know if any of your kids have had to. It is exceptional. I've seen great experiences from that. I also have heard of kids who struggle with having classes behind a computer. So I think the scholarship, also just a note here, the scholarship doesn't work when someone is enrolled in FLVS full-time. So that is like a public education things. So if you're enrolled in FLVS full-time, the scholarship, it's not like you can have the scholarship and go to FLVS. But I think for us as a school board, we have to be focused on raising the bar here in our public schools. This is where our hand is. This is where we can make a difference, instead of always talking negative about the school choice options, but just making sure that we're doing the best that we can to make sure that this school choice option is one that parents want to come to. Ultimately, we need to be good stewards with the money that we've received and the students in our care. So that's just my little soapbox on school choice. But I do agree. I was just made a few notes. I agree with Gallo. I would love to see that breakdown of the BSA so that we can kind of know a little more, get a few more details, just to be aware, especially we do get those parents and a lot of teachers who write in and just questions that we get from the community. On page 10, the board priorities. This might be a lot to ask, but is there a way for us to kind of see if we were to compensate, for instance, all teachers and we raise them a certain percentage, how much would that be? Or if we wanted to compensate, if we were wanting to raise certain things, if we wanted to, for instance, the literacy training, if we wanted to make sure every K through third grade teacher is trained, how much does that cost? And so that we can kind of see, okay, of these priorities, which ones would really, maybe we could do, if they're all in letters, like we could do A and D, and maybe half of B, or we could do 3 of the 4, you know what I'm saying? So we maybe have a little more, it might be a little too time consuming, I'm not sure. You're good at this, Doreen. You do a lot of amazing work, stuff that is beyond my comprehension here. On page 13, when it says unassigned fund balance, is this how much we have to help fund those priorities that we just talked about on page 10?
No, those priorities are recurring.
Okay.
Let me make sure I'm answering that.
10.
Yes. So those, though they're not necessary, let me back up. Compensating employees, yes, that's recurring, and it's about $16.2 million right now is what we're estimating for a 1% salary increase. Increasing safety at schools, that is for the most part, it's recurring. Sometimes we get grant dollars for hardening and things like that, but the cost of the SROs and such, that's recurring dollars. Mental health services, Mary's spoken many times about a lot of positions, people, those are recurring dollars. Literacy training, and Dr. Vasquez and I will speak about this, but there may be grant dollars available for literacy training, so I'm not sure if we have to dip into the general fund for that or not. We just were noting that as one of your priorities. I guess a combination of, if, for example, we would do a training, or what's the summer days before ESSER? Excuse me? Common planning, I'm sorry. So the common planning prior to ESSER, that would come on out of fund balance, out of the general fund. So we'll have to see what grant dollars are available and such.
Okay, so to follow up then, the fund balance is just the additional money that we have not assigned to a specific priority?
Correct.
Okay. Just so I'm continuing that. And then also just, I love listing the categorical comparison chart that Member Byrd had mentioned. I think that would be really helpful just to see and help our community see there are some lacking things and things that I think we as a board can continue advocating with our state reps and helping them understand how important it is to really fully fund our kids' education. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
All right. Thank you, Member Front. Couple of observations. So, Member Byrd, your suggestion, I like that, to be able to see what we get in each categorical and what we spend. And I also like the idea, I think it was Member Gould, what we need. But one other thing I would ask on that, it would help, I think, to see what we are getting this year versus what we got last year. So those are this is kind of like, I think we're trying to build the presentation here. But I had also thought, I think it was Member Byrd mentioned FSBA. And I think about that financial workshop that they conduct. And it's really helpful because it helps us understand the flow of funds in the bigger picture. But it's almost like if we could do that just around our budget, it's probably a lot of what we're really asking for. And I think that will give us all a deeper understanding. I also do want to comment about our priorities. It really, really is hard being with the county for years. Their budget isn't near as complex as ours. And the idea of kind of coming in at the tail end and saying, how about we do this instead of doing that? There's so many moving pieces. But one of the things that we do before we begin this process is the superintendent does ask of us to set our priorities as a group. So those priorities that we did establish, and I don't remember the exact date, Dr. Vasquez, but I know that you begin before you start crafting the budget with what are the board's priorities and build the budget around that. So I do just, that doesn't get as specific, but I just do, for the public that might be watching, want to make sure that there's clarity that we don't have a lot of flexibility, a lot of things we have to do, but to the extent that we have flexibility, this board does have a profound impact on that. So with that, Member Salamanca, Vice Chair. Vice Chair, I'm going to ask you to take over the meeting for a minute. I do have some communication from Kelly, who is watching but not present right this minute, that there is the sound of some whispering that's coming through. And so she said she wasn't quite sure where it was coming from, but it's a little distracting. So I know I keep this on all the time because it's so hard to turn it on and off, but if anybody else is doing any whispering, just to be aware of that. Vice Chair, now I'm going to ask you to take over the meeting so that you can call on yourself, and then Member Salomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple more questions. First off, to Member Front's point about school choice, I support school choice. I have concerns about homeschools, not the ones that are doing a great job that have been in it for years, but the new ones. And with FLS, FLVS, they pay for their classes. So they take those dollars and they have to pay for when they do classes. And it's those kids that aren't performing well. And I found this out by talking to Florida Virtual School. So I'm not trying to, it's a great program. So I'm not trying to dog on Florida Virtual School. My kids use them, we use them all the time. What I'm just trying to say is that there's got to be guardrails in place to ensure that our kids are getting the best quality education that they deserve in any chosen place that they go to. They deserve a high quality education. And as elected officials, if we see something that is happening that could hurt children, we should say something. So FRS, if we go back to the FRS model, I know that we didn't get hit as hard as we were anticipating, but it's still $758,000 that we contribute to FRS.
That's the addition.
That's the addition.
Yeah, no, it's millions. I'll get you that number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been asked this question a lot about the money that we put in from administrators versus the money that we put in for our other educators, our other staff. Is there a difference between the amount of money that we contribute to FRS for administrators versus what we put in for our educators?
There is a percentage difference, yes.
What is that percentage difference?
1.6 versus 2.0. I can't use this, not my laptop. I will get you that spreadsheet.
Okay. 1.6 versus 2.0? Okay. And can you give me the difference in dollars, the difference between the two?
I'll get
Break
that
out that
information
FRS for me so I can see.
Yep.
Okay.
May I comment?
Yes, please.
So that is one of the reasons why we are looking at the administrative pay. And let's clarify, the difference is for school-based principals and for select members who are in cabinet through June of next year. And the reason is we submit a list. That list is in effect for 5 years. As we have grown, we have not kept up with the number of positions. And so what we have found is that we can no longer offer the differential past 2025 to our principals. And so that will be something that we're hoping to be able to compensate with the salary that we are looking at. Not many school districts offer that. In fact, I believe that our numbers maybe exceed the total for the state of Florida, because there isn't another district that, as large as we are, that offers it to principals, sitting principals. So moving forward, the goal would be that the compensation for principals would take into account the fact that they're losing that 0.4%, and then we would align with what those salaries are. And then it would only be something that goes to cabinet members, which is a very small group.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that when you did the reorg, the number of cabinet members was reduced tremendously. So it is a much smaller amount of people than it has been in the past. And so thank you for that clarification, because I knew that we did something along the lines with the FRS, and I know that we were reassigning and doing stuff to kind of to look at that issue, so I appreciate that explanation. So I agree with Member Gold about childcare. I know that there's some issues and some barriers that we have, but I think other districts in other states have really kind of like the attainable housing model has really kind of made childcare a priority just because it's so expensive. And when you look at our teachers who are amongst some of the lowest paid, and childcare is just so outrageously expensive. It's more than your mortgage in some cases if you have multiple children. I think that would really be a recruitment tool and a retainment issue, because we would be able to keep people if they could have affordable housing and affordable childcare. I know that we've had, not a lot, but there's been a couple of teachers that I know about that have decided to homeschool their kids because they have young ones. And with the FES, they can homeschool. It's a teacher. They're getting a great education. But then their little ones are at home for them. And the money that it's saving them is astronomical because they don't have to pay the daycare prices. So when we're looking at, money following the child and educators having to make a decision on what's best for their families, staying home or even creating those micro schools or a homeschool option at their house is going to be more enticing than teaching. So anything that we could do innovative in that regards to help recruit and retain, I think we would absolutely have to look at it, even if initially it impacts our budget. Because long-term, like Member Gould mentioned, subs and hiring subs and all that is way more expensive. And then on the reserves, I think this is my last question. So right now, the unassigned fund balance is at 5%. We won't really know what that looks like until the fourth calc comes out, correct? And
No.
okay.
So if you're referring to slide 13.
Yes, ma'am.
When we started 2024, when we adopted the budget, we had projected or estimated that our unassigned fund balance would end at this. Until we close out the year, we won't know how we are actually going to end 2024.
So we don't know what the fund balance will be at the end until we close everything out.
Correct.
And if it's over 3%, that money just goes into general fund?
It stays in the unassigned fund balance.
It
We
stays there.
assign what we need to, Disney, OPEB, et cetera, and then the balance is your unassigned.
Okay, and that stays there. So I'm only going to focus on the 3% because that's what board policy states. Statistically, have we ever needed that 1% of those dollars? Has there ever been a year where we've used, Pam's saying yes because she's been here the longest, she knows. So we do routinely, not the whole 1%, but we routinely dip into that 1% as needed for whatever arises during the school year.
Are you talking from 3 to 2%? What do you mean,
Yeah, I'm just looking at
1%?
that because we have to have the 2% not to get in trouble. So yeah, I'm just looking at that variance between the 3 and the 2.
We have never gone below 3, that I am aware.
Okay. But that buffer between whatever we routinely for healthcare and other.
Like a hurricane, for example. When
Right.
Hurricane Ian came, we've spent at least $10 million out of our unassigned fund balance, and we're still obviously waiting for FEMA to reimburse us. So we need to have those dollars available for emergencies. At the onset of COVID, we had dollars before the PPE and all of that started coming. So we have, to Board Member Gould's point, we have dipped into our unassigned fund balance, but never gone below 3%.
We've never, okay. And so like for Ian, we have insurance, right? Won't we get reimbursed by FEMA and insurance?
Correct.
Okay.
So, for example, the big ticket item was Riverdale, and we are, well, first we have to pay our deductibles. After that, we will get a select amount of reimbursement from FEMA, but that takes,
A long time, years.
4, 5
Yeah, no,
plus
it takes
years.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to help the public understand, because these are typically the questions that we get from the public, why we have the unassigned balance that we do and the purpose of it. And we do a lot of times, when there are catastrophes, we have to front the money before we get the money back. And to your point, it could be years. And even with insurance, we have large deductibles, and it never pays for everything. It never
Correct.
picks up all the cost. So I just wanted that to be explained, because when people ask me questions, I always say, did you watch the work session? I try to just make sure that I'm asking the questions that I'm being asked so they can get answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Doreen, for all that you and your team do. I think through the impasse, I spent hours, days going through the budget myself, trying to find spots that I also wanted to get more clarification on, and truly the work that your team does on cash flow management throughout the year, right? Because the budget requires so many different ins and outs throughout the year, and that cash flow management component is truly outstanding. So I do want to say thank you to you and your team for that job. And it is a very complicated process. So I definitely welcome having the board have a day of going through the different components of it. I think similar to how we have this one video that we share around when we get into rezoning and kind of what the process of rezoning or the process of building a new school. Sometimes we always reference this. I think it'd be great to have a lengthy video that we always, one, go back to reference, but two, that we can share with the public when they come to these questions about the budget and the different components. And so this full day thing it sounds like a great opportunity for us to have that resource and content there. Because I agree with Member Gallo, we get a lot of the same questions. They're always hard to answer because, as I said, the budget's always moving, and something like the reserves, on when we tap into it, when we don't, it's different every year. When there's hurricanes, when there's things that we wait, and it truly always comes back down to cash flow management. Yep. And so it looks like there's money there, but there is buffer in the budget for a variety of reasons that sometimes we have some knowledge that might be happening, and some of them we don't. So I appreciate that we have them. I don't know that it's enough. I feel like there's definitely, I'm sure, times when we could be put into a pickle as well, just if we don't have enough in there. But we do try to use as much as we can on the priorities that the board puts, like salaries. I'm really excited that our principals and assistant principals are going to be evaluated for those salary changes that are very much needed, and definitely hear at a ton of my visits and from parents and from staff. And when folks get promoted, they're always surprised about this. It really is something that continues. So I know we try to be incredibly responsible with our taxpayers' dollars, and we pride ourselves on that as a district, and hence why I think our taxpayers trust us when they do some of these votes. But also, yeah, the budget is very lean. I share some of the concerns that Jacob's brought up around going into the next bargaining session as well, and how the budget is today, and the realities of what we can and cannot do. And I really do hope that this can be a productive, collaborative process. We all have the priority up here to have more money and more salaries, but we also do not benefit as a district if there is, it's a zero-sum game of capital. And the reality is that we're all trying to allocate this capital, but it's not like one of us has it and the other one just can't. We're doing our best. So I appreciate you walking through this. I welcome more time to spend on it as a board. I definitely welcome more opportunities to have the public understand the different components of it. Transparency is great. And I think as we go in through, the new election season that's coming around, as voters are wondering, where does my taxpayer dollars go within the OCPS budget, that will be really helpful as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Member Castor-Dental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. One is a question about this presentation. When it is posted, is the script that you use also available?
That part, just the slides.
Is not. Can we use some kind of script that kind of describes what they're seeing in these, even if it's not this script, but some kind of explanation?
It can be linked to the work session so they can hear the entire presentation and be able to understand it, because what we have found sometimes is that when people are just reading, they're taking things out of context and don't fully understand it. So we attach it to the work session.
Okay, thank you for that. My second point is in response to the scholarship issue, and my belief that public dollars are for public schools, and that's how we have the most efficient and effective use of those tax dollars. We as a board we are tasked with making sure that we have effective and efficient use, whereas the private school vouchers under the Family Empowerment program, they are by design unaccountable dollars. It's like they're going into a black hole. If we have questions about how a school is spending them, there's no guarantee we would ever find that, even if we asked for it. And some of the problem with the scholarship or the voucher is there's no requirement for what is taught. There's no requirement for teachers to be certified. So there isn't necessarily the same standard that public schools are held to. There are also pop-up and fly-by-night private schools that appear so that they can take advantage of this free tax dollar offer, and then sometimes they close just as quickly, leaving their students scrambling. These schools are not often able to take advantage of economies of scale like we are in our public schools. And it's when you hear the phrase that the dollar should follow the student, think about how that would apply to people who are driving? Should the dollars follow the driver? And you're looking at transportation infrastructure. It won't really get the roads paved. So if we're taking all those dollars and just following the students, it eventually has negative effects on our public schools. So that is why we're pointing that out, because it does have affect what we're looking at and the whole process that we're going through right now. Again, of this scrutiny of our budget and ensuring that our taxpayers see what we're doing with their tax dollars, unlike the voucher schools. So just the contrast to me is just so apparent. Thank you.
All right, to close us out, Superintendent Vasquez.
Wait.
Oh,
We got the
Oh, you
capital
pu-
portion.
We got the capital.
no. Member Salamanca, you did speak, right? Okay, yeah, it's just, oh, I thought I left. No, we do have the capital. I meant close us out on this portion.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I definitely know we have capital. I was just looking at how many slides. We also have lunch. So, and we also have student code of conduct.
Yes, we have a full day, and then we have a closed
Closed
session
session.
after that.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask
Oh, wait.
if,
I'm sorry, there's some debate. We have the student code of conduct, not the student progression plan. Okay, yeah, there's a hearing a sidebar conversation. So I was just going to ask a really ridiculous question, which is, how long will the capital portion? Let me ask it this way. How long is the presentation?
7 slides.
Okay, let's do that. I should not ask how long we will be on that subject, because that is entirely dependent upon us. But I will say this, I know this is lengthy. I would much rather serve on a board where there's interest and questions and concern. I know the superintendent has said that herself many times. I'd rather have too many questions than a disinterested board. So every work session we do almost always takes longer than we anticipate, and that's not a bad thing. So why don't we get through the 7 slides, and then we might take a break. I'm sorry, Superintendent, you're recognized. Your turn.
sorry, I thought I was recognized. I just wanted to make a couple of closing comments before we move into the Capital Projects Fund. And that is great suggestions that you brought to us. I love the idea of the video, producing the video, so that is something that we can share and people have a better understanding of the process. It is very complicated. I've been involved with the budget and formulas for 20-some years, and every year there's something, that I learn. But I did want to just put this out there. I've shared this with my team, especially Judith and Doreen, who are stressing over the dollars. We can make anything the board wants happen, anything, but it will come with cuts. And so as we're looking at our budget and the request that, and the priorities the board has, it is very thin. And we are squeezing and tweaking and trying to see where we may be able to find additional dollars through grants, but more importantly, for salaries. And I can tell you that we are just incredibly thin. But if it is a priority and the board wants to go beyond the 3%, I've said this to the team, and I'm saying it to the board, we can make it happen. It would just mean that we would have cuts that would have to take place. And I remind the board and the public, 80% of the dollars that we use for salaries are at the school level. They're not at the district level. Many of the positions that are funded at the district level are grant funded. And we've also looked at that. Can we swap out positions that may be funded out of general fund into a grant funded position to free up some of those dollars? And so we're doing all of that. But when you take into account Board Member Byrd brought up, the negotiations with law enforcement. That's going to have a nice price tag on it, and we agree they are incredible partners. They keep our schools safe, and we are very fortunate that they partner with us. We've talked about the principal and assistant principal salary adjustments that we are looking at. Some of the dollars for training and focus on reading we're able to fund through grant dollars, and so I'm not worried about that because we have found the dollars to be able to continue the focus of the board on training on the science of reading is in our primary grades.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. And you're right, you were recognized until the board jumped in and thought I forgot about the capital budget. So let's move on.
Thank you. Judith?
All right, so on slide 17, this is the graph that shows the preliminary 5-year forecast.
I'm not sure if your mic is on or if it just needs to be closer.
I think it's... Okay, once again, on slide 17, this is the graph that shows the preliminary 5-year forecast of capital revenues. Am I on? Mm-hmm. The light blue line for other state revenue shows the capital outlay and debt service projected appropriation of $8.2 million. These revenues are generated from auto license fees and mostly used for safety purposes. The burgundy line shows the state funding provided for charter capital as pass-through dollars. The estimated appropriation for fiscal year 25 is $10.6 million. As noticed in this graph, there is no budget in years 26 to 29, as there are no guarantees that the legislature will continue to fund a portion of charter capital from the Public Education Capital Outlay, or PICO funds, moving into the future. The gold bar represents the district sales tax revenue projections. For fiscal year 25, an estimated $383.1 million is anticipated. This calculation is based on current collection trends, and it incorporates the Office of Economic and Demographic Research forecast. As the graph shows, there are no revenues allocated to fiscal year 27. This is because the sales tax program will sunset in December of 2025. The dark blue bar shows our impact fee projected collections. For fiscal year 25, an estimated $74.8 million is forecasted. This projection is based on a 3-year average revenue collection and will be revised once the current fiscal year is closed. The orange bar represents the revenues for the 1.5 capital mill funding source and is based on the district's property valuation. For fiscal year 25, the district is anticipating to collect $341.4 million, of which approximately $4.6 million will be shared with charter schools. Next slide. This graph illustrates the
I did learn that, I'm not sure how accurate my information is, but it's coming from the vice chair, so I'm sure it's good as gold, that the outage is on some sort of a timer. So we're going to have, yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. And it'll come right back on. All right, thank you.
Okay, slide 18. This graph illustrates the recommended capital projects use of funds for fiscal year 25. Carry forward funds have not been incorporated into the budget. The largest portion of our budget is recommended to be used for comprehensive needs at 49.73%. This covers the schools in the sales tax list, the pre-2003 schools, and there's also funding for schools that are being repurposed. This is followed by district-wide capital at 24.13%, which includes appropriations for district-wide construction, capacity enhancement, ancillary projects, capital renewal, site improvements, and major painting projects. The third largest recommended use of funding is debt service and transfers at 15.71%, which includes appropriations needed to cover our debt service obligation, the sales tax transfer to the capital renewal fund, and a transfer for maintenance purposes. On slide 19, the recommended capital plan reflects the following. Board members identify security enhancements as one of their main priorities. This proposed plan continues the funding of security enhancement projects at several schools. Funding for 12 relief schools, 9 elementary schools, one middle school, and 2 high schools.
The opening year is based upon the priorities received from both the Advanced Planning Committee, or AP, and reviewed by the Capital Program Steering Committee. The AP Committee recommended the opening of 18 new schools for the period of August 2024 to 2033. Of these 18 schools, the current funding sources can only cover the cost of 12 schools. Therefore, there is a shortfall in funding for 6 relief schools that, although recommended by AP, are not feasible within the constraints of the current budget. The extension of the sales tax is essential to secure the necessary funds to cover the cost of these other 6 schools. Capacity enhancement. The recommended budget includes funding for projects that are primarily intended to add permanent instructional space and reduce some portable instructional spaces. This plan also allocates funding to a list of the pre-2003 sales tax schools. These schools are earmarked for projects based on the needs as identified in the district's condition assessment. There is also funding for repurposing schools. In capital renewal, in accordance with the referendum, a portion of the sales tax revenue is transferred to the capital renewal fund to cover major system replacement needs. This plan continues to fund that transfer. Slide 20. These are the recommended 5-year new school openings. There is 1 new elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school opening this August. In August of 2025, this recommendation includes the opening of 2 elementary schools, and in August of 2026, this proposed plan includes the opening of 1 new elementary school. Comprehensive projects that are in construction. In this slide, we show all the schools that have a comprehensive project that is moving into the construction phase in fiscal year 25. Avalon, Camelot, Chain of Lakes, Citrus, Colonial, Endeavor, STEAM Academy, Lone Childs, Oakshire, Ocoee Middle School, and Palmetto are all entering the construction phase this upcoming fiscal year. All of these schools, with the exception of STEAM Academy, are part of the pre-2003 sales tax list. As you know, we have other projects that are on their 2nd year of construction and that are not shown on this slide. Now, comprehensive projects that are entering design: Boone Cherokee School, Jones, Odyssey, Olympia, Orlando Gifted Academy, and Timber Creek will be entering into the design phase in fiscal year 25. All schools except Orlando Gifted Academy and Cherokee School are part of the pre-2003 sales tax list. On slide 23, our recommended CIP also includes funding for the continuation of district security enhancements and life safety projects, school bus and equipment replacement, funding for portable moves and leasing, which is included to help manage population fluctuations, charter school funding, which includes the funds that the state appropriates for charter maintenance dollars, or $10.6 million, plus their share of the 1.5 capital mill as required by House Bill 1259. And there's also dollars included in the plan for ancillary projects as well as for technology, infrastructure, and equipment upgrades. This concludes the capital portion of our budget presentation.
All right, thank you.
Would you like me to finish the last
Yeah, why don't we do
slide?
that? One more
Okay.
slide.
So in a moment, I will turn it back to the superintendent and the board. The tentative budget is based upon the second calculation that will be provided by the Department of Education around July 19th. Upon receipt, our budget team works tirelessly to finalize the budget documents. Board members should receive a link to access the details of the budget by July 24th. Based on direction from the Department of Revenue Trim Office, the budget advertisement will now be posted on the district's website beginning July 28th. Then we will have the public hearing on July 30th. Key points to remember is that the approval of the tentative millage rate and the total budget is what is required. As with most budgets, adjustments can be made between tentative and final adoption, as well as throughout the year. The public hearing for the adopted budget is September 10th. And now I will turn it back.
Thank you again to you and your team for putting this together. I know that there's a lot of detail that goes into this, and we appreciate all of your efforts and your team's efforts. Madam Chair, we're now ready to answer questions the board might have on the capital presentation.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Let me start with Member Ferrant.
Thank you so much for that. This is always super helpful for us. Definitely, it feels like a puzzle and a dance, trying to get everything to just play perfectly and really maximize the dollars that we have. Within the capital, just curious, I know we had been discussing like the Skyward system, something like that, or other systems that we have in place that maybe we're not like 100% happy with, but just trying to figure out, is that something that's paid with capital or is that general funds?
Let me go to the superintendent for that.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, I believe Mr. Dragon sent an email to board members on Skyward.
Yes.
It does not come out of the capital budget. Please understand that if we are not happy, let's say, with the current student information system, it is about a 2-year process to convert from one SIS to another, and knowing that the cost may be equal to or higher than what we're currently paying for the SIS system.
Perfect. Okay, that's very
Back to
helpful.
you, Member Front.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just to continue with that, so that's very helpful. Capital, we're really just focusing then on the construction, making sure that our schools are safe, like the safety and hardening of the schools, as well as making sure that everything is equitable throughout the district, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So that I am extremely thankful. I think Orange County does an incredible job at making sure that our schools are all up to date. As I visit schools all throughout District 3, it doesn't matter where I'm at, what area, what side of town, whether it's a Title I school or maybe a school in a more, I don't know, it doesn't matter where we're at. Elementary, high school, I think every child has been given the same accommodations, the schools are all, whether either they're about to be enhanced with different accommodations or remodeling in a sense, or they've already had them. And so I really appreciate that. This again is from the capital is from the half-penny sales tax.
Yes.
Yes. And so as much as, we don't love taxes, I get it. But this truly, we really have worked really hard to make sure that funding really helps our schools. And I just hear from all sorts of people from throughout Florida in different districts, and just the way that their schools are or the conditions that they're in. And I really think we have taken such great pride in making sure that all of our kids have the same resources, the same wonderful, beautiful school. And I think when a school looks good, the kids come in as well. It's not all about looks, but I think when you come in and the kids feel good and parents feel good about dropping their little kindergartner off at school, knowing that it's got fresh paint or mulch in the front, this really does help. So thank you so much for continuing to keep us up to date and understanding, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Front. Member Salamanca.
Yeah, just, District 2 right now has a lot that goes from capital revenue. So I see it every day. I see it at all my community meetings. I am highlighting it in my community meetings as we're thinking about comprehensive for a couple of our schools. We were having a new high school opening in the fall that I'm really excited, and invite all of the board members to come and see how cool it is. But I think there's definitely a lot of exciting new schools and projects and comprehensives that are happening in my district a lot, and I try to highlight that. Yes, I agree. Most folks are not fans of taxes, and I'm definitely not, but I see where this dollar goes. I know how the district goes, and how much every time that we build a new school or renovate, how much more jobs we're creating, architects, the designers, the engineers, how good it is for our local economy. And Orange County is just such a large employer that when we make investment in our infrastructure and use these capital dollars in the way that we do, the city and the county truly benefit as well. And so definitely highlight this as a lot of my schools are going through, and how lucky we are, since this is not the case in many other districts and states. So just thank you for always keeping us accountable and transparent when it comes to our capital revenue and where we're spending it. And just exciting. I think it's great for the city and the county as we continue to grow.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. All right, before we break for lunch, I wanted to also thank you all for the excellent presentation, all the work that goes into obviously not just the presentation, but putting together a budget this complex. I know we asked a lot of questions, and it was not a reflection on the presentation. And I know from your perspective, it's very challenging to figure out how much or how little information to give the board. And so the presentation was excellent. And I think we all look forward to doing a little deeper dive. And from my perspective, it is not driven by any doubt. And I think the vice chair said it, several board members, having the confidence when people ask us questions to really know enough about the detail that we can either explain it or at least have the conviction of what we're saying is a lot of what I know drives me, and been here 5.5 years, and to know and understand all the details even more than we do right now. So with that, we are going to, right before we take a break, I do want to recognize, and I'll do this at our next meeting, but Member Felder just reached the highest level at the Florida School Board Association of being a certified school board member. Yes, yes. Yes, and I know our vice chair is, and I know Member Byrd is. Any other board members? Karen, I was guessing Member Castro-Daniel. So to each one of you, I don't have the details in front of me. I think it's something like 95 hours worth of training. It's a significant commitment, and it pays off. So thank you so much. And we'll now take a brief break for lunch. I'm thinking it's probably going to be 30 minutes, but we will be back here soon, hopefully with the lights on. All right.
No, we probably won't. It's something they say is.
Welcome back, and let me turn the meeting over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to be presenting to the board our revisions to the Code of Conduct for the upcoming school year. If you will recall, we have gathered input and feedback from various stakeholders. We brought that to the board. You made some suggestions, and now the team is coming back with those revisions. And we have both Sarah Kopesky and Demiki Joyner, who will be presenting this afternoon to you. I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board, and Dr. Vasquez. Thank you for the introduction. As Dr. Vasquez had stated, we are here for another work session. I believe this is our third one on the Code of Student Conduct and Policy JIC. The agenda today is we're going to go over the tentative schedule, summary of actions, proposed revisions, next steps, questions, and discussion. Tentative schedule, we had cabinet back in February of 2024, work session shortly thereafter on February 20th. Our second cabinet meeting was on April 1st, and we came back with our major revisions on April 9th at a work session. As Dr. Vasquez stated, at that work session, we received additional input from the board, and since then, we've also had individual meetings with the board, and so we have more input that we've added into the revisions that we're going to present today. We were at cabinet yesterday for a third time, and this is our third work session. If everything goes accordingly today, then we will have rule development workshop on June 18th with board approval on June 25th, which allows us time to get everything ready for the upcoming school year, and the effective date of policy JIC and the Code of Student Conduct will be the first day of the 2024-2025 school year, which is August 12th. The first portion is the policy, and the purpose of the policy revisions are to include a clarification on expected student conduct and the inclusion of statutory language regarding zero tolerance. The proposed 2024-2025 Code of Student Conduct, which is incorporated into policy JIC, has substantive revisions based on board, staff, and community input. Additional proposed revisions include content, formatting, and terminology edits consistent with statutory and rule language. And before I continue, there was no additional input on the policy itself since the last work session, so if the board would like, I can just skip through the policy and we can go directly to the code since I don't have any new updates on that. Okay, perfect. So with that, I'm going to switch over to the Code of Student Conduct and hand the mic over to Ms. Joyner to present on that.
So we're going to start on page 4. And what you're going to notice on the pages that I'm going to refer to, you're going to see highlighted information, and that highlighted information is going to be the revisions that we're referring to today. So on page 4, under Safe Harbor was updated to modify the term may and shorten the description for better understanding. If you guys go to page 20, all right, on page 20, we have added the simplified definitions, and the simplified definitions was added to levels 1 through 4. Also, as we review this section of the code, you may notice some of the letters that correspond with the offenses are missing. For example, the offenses in level 1 go from 1A to 1D. There is no B or C. The reason for this, the reason for this is we had the missing letters attached in a different offense in the past, and since we removed those or it combined with another offense, we cannot reuse those letters, as this would then impact our ability to pull accurate data, and that letter is tied to a past offense. The statement, the following statement, the code offenses and code definitions apply to level 1 offenses. The column titled Simple Definition is provided to help students to have a better understanding of each offense. However, disciplinary referrals will be issued based on the code definition. This statement will be on all the offenses levels 1 through 4 at the beginning. At the bottom of page 20, 1G, the strike-through was removed because a student can choose to not write a statement. On page 21, 1KK, misuse was modified to not being used for educational purposes. MP3 players, iPods, e-readers were removed from the list of examples, and handheld gaming devices was added. Also on page 21, 1M, we also added skipping to the title. Skipping to the title and without permission to the definition to clarify the difference between unexcused absences and skipping. All right, we're going to go to page 22. On page 22, at the bottom, we remove consequences, and the new title will be discipline response, and that was added levels 1 through 4. Page 23. Again, this statement was added, and it referenced the simplified definition in the code definition, and the one that we would be using if it came down to the question of simplified versus code definition. Page 25. Level 2V tardiness. This was added as a level 2 offense. Prior, we only had tardiness as a level 1. We also added 2W, unauthorized absence from school or class, which also can be referred to as skipping. This was added as a level 2 offense, and again, we only had it as a level 1 prior. We also added 2X, over-the-counter medication. This was added at a request regarding the sharing of over-the-counter medication. So the first time purchase, sale, or giving of any over-the-counter medication to another person, if an excess amount of over-the-counter medication is taken or the over-the-counter medication is purchased, sold, or given for mood modification purposes, then a level 4F or 4U should be considered. So the first time a student is caught sharing, selling, or purchasing the over-the-counter medication, it will be a level 2 offense. Page 26. The highlighted information is highlighted to inform students and parents that these consequences are new and that they were not in level 1, they're only found in a level 2. Page 27. Again, this statement was added for the simplified definitions and our code definitions. 3A, simple battery. We removed the reference to injury since a 3A does not require an injury. Page 31. At the bottom of 3V, harassment, we added a statement to show the difference between harassment and bullying. We added harassment is something that happens one time. If the behavior is repetitive, it could be a level 4 bullying. Page 32. Under 3EE, campus security violation, we've added as an example, false identity. Also, under level 3, we added 3GG, over-the-counter medication. So if this is a repeated offense, it will progress to a level 3. At the bottom, the highlighted information, what is different from the level 2 to a level 3 is suspension from school 1 to 10 days. Page 33. Again, the statement was added to let parents know that the statement was added to the front of the levels 1 through 4 to notify parents and students that although the simplified definitions are provided, the code definition will be followed when administering student discipline. Page 34, under 4D, aggravated battery. Death is removed from the example as death would fall under homicide. At the bottom, 4F, drug use possession. This was again added, input from policy JLCD, student medicine. Also, the examples that are provided are aligned with CESA definitions that's provided by the FLDOE, Office of Safe Schools. Page 35, 4H. The first sentence is being removed to align with Rule 6A. No, I'm sorry. The definition is updated to include any firearms or weapons as referenced in Rule 6A 1.0017. Also on page 35, 4I. The first sentence is being removed to align with Rule 6A-1.007. On page 36, 4K, other dangerous objects. The length of the blade was added to differentiate between a 4K and a 4H. A common pocket knife is not considered a weapon under Chapter 790, and the statute does not define a common pocket knife. Therefore, we have defined it by the blade length. We also removed and added tear gas and chemical weapons to 4H. These items are also listed under Section 790.001 Florida statute. However, if pepper spray is less than 2 ounces, it is exempt from the definition, and it will be a level 3J contraband. Page 37, 4U, sales distribution of drugs. The last sentence was added per school board input for policy JLCD, student medication. This offense also includes giving prescription drugs to other students. This example aligns with the CESA definition from the Office of Safe Schools. Page 40. Under the district consequences, we added virtual platform. This was added for students who pose a serious threat to schools. And I'm going to stop here to see if you guys have any questions about the offenses.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do. Member Salamanca.
Thank you so much. Really helpful to have the highlighted disciplinary responses that have been added. I think that will make things a lot clearer for some of our admin, and overall, I think that would be very well received. But thank you so much. I see so much of the feedback that we put in here. I really, really appreciate it. The distinguishing between bullying and harassment and making that explicit, I think will go a long way for the times that can get too gray at the implementation. Adding tardiness and skipping to level 1 and level 2 independently, I think will also help, especially our high school principals. And there's just a bunch of those things that you mentioned here that I just really appreciate the work and thoughtfulness that your team has had. And Ms. Furno also always thinking about how it is implemented at the school level, and it's really appreciated. So thank you for working with us. I know I've spent a lot of your time going back and forth on so many of these, and what I'm hearing and how that goes into policy and how we can make it clean and clear. What is the difference between the policy versus when we do the training, and emphasizing some of the places where maybe folks have some confusion. So I just want to say thank you, because I can tell how much work has been done since we first started to talk about this last time.
That's all the comments we have.
Okay.
Page 42. All right, under step 4, this sentence is updated to align with School Board 7002, Senate Bill 7002, which allows the suspension notification to be sent by U.S. mail or any method agreed upon by the parent. Step 6, we remove designee, as this meeting should be with the principal. Page 44. Again, we remove designee on step 6, as this meeting should also be with the principal. If you turn to page 53. So under student rights and responsibilities, we met with the superintendent, student advisory council, and the information that I'm going to read to you now was a recommendation that came from the council. So under student rights and responsibilities, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the 6th bullet from the bottom, it says create a good academic environment, report any violations of the code that you may witness or have knowledge of, respect each other's privacy and confidentiality, actively contribute to a culture of respect and inclusivity, provide a statement and present witness if the student is accused of violating the code, and assist with creating an environment that is safe. Under guardian rights and responsibilities, they've added report any violation of the code that you may witness or have knowledge of. Under OCPS personnel rights and responsibilities, again, they added report any violation of the code that you may witness or have knowledge of. All right, page 60. Again, we updated Safe Harbor to modify the term may and to shorten the description for better understanding. So the definition is on page 60 also matches the information that's on the student acknowledgement page. On page 60, under participation in extracurricular, co-curricular activities, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner. Under this section, we added that first sentence, which was also included in here previously, but it was a little bit in the middle, so we put it at the front, and it says participation in extracurricular, co-curricular activities is a privilege extended to OCPS students, but participation is not a student right. And then we also added in district participation criteria and notified students that participation in these activities may be revoked if they violate district and school criteria or violate the Code of Student Conduct, depending on the behavior. And then the next portion that you see where there's a lot of red is a sentence that we added in that says if it's discovered that the student has exhibited behavior that violates board policies, school and district participation criteria, and/or applicable laws, even while in the community, the student's participation privileges shall be withheld for 10 school days to allow district staff to determine the student's future eligibility to participate. And that's really just extending OCPS out into the community. The students that are in our extracurricular and co-curricular activities really represent who we are, and so we want to make sure that they're behaving appropriately in the community as well. And then this last sentence that you see that's added, it's actually full calendar year in all extracurricular and co-curricular activities. However, if the student is found not guilty or the charges are dismissed, they may return to that activity once they present documentation showing that. And then that section was also updated to align with 1006.15 Florida statutes. And then this is just exactly what I just said. It was just moved up to that paragraph. Ms. Joyner, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, if you can go to page 67. So House Bill, I'm under consultation with law enforcement. House Bill 1181 was approved on April 26, 24, changing civil citation to pre-arrest delinquency citation. On page 69, this entire section has been removed, but we have hyperlinks that have been added throughout this section. Page 69, we added Orange Technical College as a reference just for post-secondary institution. And on page 75, under release of educational records to other educational agencies, we've added academic, disciplinary, and Title IX to notify students and parents the types of records that may be disclosed to another educational agency. Dr. Vasquez, this includes the updates for this work session.
Thank you very much. We are ready to take any other questions or comments from the board.
Do we have any questions from fellow board members? Member Front.
Thank you. I really, really love what you all have done. I just think the simplifying the definitions instead of having the elementary definitions and then it's added, like extended out all the information. I think just simplifying it and making it easier, because I think even in high school or even as a teacher, sometimes you're reading what the main definition is, and reading the simplified one just sort of just brings it to common sense terms. Just a quick question on page 60, when we're talking about extracurricular, I've had a few concerns from parents who feel like when a student at a school misbehaves or something happens, that those kids still kind of have access to all their, like the punishment sometimes doesn't seem like it's enough. And so particularly with extracurricular type things. So my question is, do we have some sort of like a rule of thumb when it comes to, I'm just not seeing it here, but when it comes to the extracurricular, and if they do, is it like a level 2 or higher, they get removed for this amount of days? I don't know. Could you explain that?
So in speaking with Lonnie Flores, who is over the athletics program, he works very closely with our co-curricular program as well. They are working on district guidance and criteria that should be applied district-wide to all of our schools, so that way we don't run into that issue going forward. So we're trying to ensure consistency throughout the district when students misbehave in the community.
Perfect. Okay, that's super helpful. I think that will be great for parents. The other thing, the cell phone policy, I love it. I think it's going very well. Although I have heard and seen where a lot of times teachers, if students are done with, say they do a test, and at the end of the test, then they say, well, you all can get your cell phones out and be on your cell phones. So that happens quite a bit. From what I'm hearing. And I would love to encourage teachers, instead of going to the cell phone, to say, we're going to be having a test tomorrow. If we finish early, I want you to bring a book to read. I want you to bring a coloring page. I mean, that sounds maybe, I love coloring. But something other than the cell phone, if there was a way to encourage that.
We'll certainly reinforce the policy, but we do need to know the schools because we need to follow up. So once, if someone shares that with you, or if they already have and you have the name of the school, if you send it to me, we will reach out, because that is what we're hearing, that it's inconsistent. And the only way we can get consistency is that we are enforcing it across all of our schools.
Perfect. I really appreciate. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. And thank you, team. This really, I feel like this gets better and better every year, and makes a lot of sense. I really appreciate it. And as Member Salamanca had stated, the, hold on, what was it? Yes, tardiness, harassment versus bullying, skipping. I think just when we have consequences and they know what the consequences are and they're being reinforced, we're going to have better behavior. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Member Salamanca.
One last thing, and I know we briefly talked about this and Member Gallo brought it up, but I do see it happen in my district as well, which is the safe harbor part. I know that, I think the final language is here, but I do have some parents who still, in some parts of my district, want their daughters walking to school with a pepper spray. And I think the most we can do to communicate with these parents or the students about how we want those to be handled, because I do think I have some schools where, when Coco comes by and these students end up getting in trouble when there's a search, and once the search begins, it's too late, or even when the search is about to happen, it's too late for safe harbor to kick in. But I don't know if we're quite there yet on figuring out how to address this. I know we were talking about where storage goes or not storage. Where did we land on that, maybe?
So we did reach out to the state. We cannot have storage vaults for anything that's a weapon or considered a weapon. We were able to separate, and so the pepper spray that's 2 ounces or less is not considered a weapon, and so if that's what they're carrying, they're going to be fine.
Got it.
If it's anything above that, then it is considered contraband, and we'll have to enforce the code. That will be part of our training, both
Perfect.
to our schools and to our students and families, that is allowed, but in that amount.
Got it. Okay. So that's how it was addressed. It was in the 2 ounce thing. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
It's not really, they're gonna get a 3J. So we
Anything
might
else?
wanna address that. Do we want them? Okay.
Dr. Vasquez, may I just add something to your comment? So just so you know, because we were kind of confused about the pepper spray as well. We're like, 2 ounces, that doesn't seem like a lot. So I just wanted the board to know that if you actually look it up, 2 ounces is the typical size that you see. The 4 ounces or anything larger than that is like the police size or law enforcement size pepper spray. So I just wanted to put that out there as well, because we thought it was just going to be this tiny thing, but it's actually not. So
What page is it on here that we have the 2 ounce specific now? Sorry, if you just refer back to it.
It's in 3J.
Because I know where the provision is. I'm curious if maybe we specify that in the safe harbor one. I'm trying to find it myself, but I don't know this as
Page
well as you do.
29?
so
I think it's on page 29.
So the pepper spray is not in the safe harbor provision. It does reference firearm or weapon, but on page 29, which is our 3J contraband, this is where it references the self-defense chemical spray, and then we reference it again in a level 4H that we went over previously, where it says that anything over 2 ounces is going to be the 4H, because that's required to be reported to assessor, and anything under that would be referred to a level 3.
Okay, wait, just to clarify, so if it's under 2 ounces or less, then what's the consequence versus not once the screening starts?
So under 2 ounces or less is going to be considered as contraband, which is a level 3.
Okay, so it will be under 2, it will be contraband, level 3, and if it's over that, then it will be a level 4.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other board members on this same subject? Member, Vice Chair? And Member Felder on the same issue?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So specifically about the pepper spray, the 2 ounces. In state statute, they don't consider 2 ounces or less to be a weapon, is that correct?
Correct.
So if it's not considered to be a weapon in statute, why do we have it as a level 3 offense?
It's on the contraband, it's an item we don't want kids to have on campus.
But we do have an issue where parents are literally concerned about their daughters, and they want them to carry it just so that they feel safer when they're walking to and from school. So why, I understand we don't want contraband. I don't consider pepper spray to be contraband, but because it is allowed by law, I think that there should be provisions before we level 3 these students. I think that there should be a discussion with the parents, a warning or something done before it automatically goes to the level 3, because we're taking it above and beyond what is required by law. And I don't think that that's necessary in this case. I think we need to lead up to that level 3, not begin with that level 3, if that makes sense.
All right. hang on, what is, Member Felder, were you on the same issue? Okay, I'm just going to take them in order. Yes, and then Member Front.
All right, thank you, Chair. This safe harbor is, I think, it's a serious concern in terms of how we execute that and what that really means. And I keep going back to the incident 2 years ago in one of my schools that the gentleman was told about safe harbor, and when he did what he needed to do, my God. He was given the opportunity for safe harbor, ladies, and what happened, Dr. Williams helped me understand it clear because she introduced that to me some 2 years ago about what that meant. But the administration at the time, they're no longer there, but they didn't grant the kid the safe harbor, and he was expelled. He wasn't expelled, it was a recommendation of expulsion. He was a senior, it was a week before graduation. And I guess some of the things that Board Member Gould is talking about, what's the level if the state statute says something else and we're doing something else? How are we making sure that administrators are adhering to our policy as it relates to safe harbor? Because the kid, Dr. Williams explained to me, and she was right, the kid clearly was given a safe harbor, but they did not adhere to it. So it became so much that at the time, Superintendent Jenkins had to intervene and deal with that. And so, again, I want us to, when we put our policies in place, yes, it is difficult sometimes for us to kind of meet the state needs because we see people taking advantage of the pepper spray and so forth. But I do know, even as a teacher, I had some students who were very concerned about going home. A little girl had some brass knuckles, and I was, as a teacher, I had to confiscate them. And she was going to be recommended for expulsion, but I talked and I explained and tried to advocate for her because she said, every day I'm jumped on, Ms. Felder. And she was a Caucasian girl that had to walk through a black neighborhood, and she was jumped on every day. And so she had the brass knuckles. And I understood why she had it. So I guess when we look at this policy, ladies, as we're putting it together, there's some things that we need to consider. You know, what level, when you give them a level 3 or level 4, because, and then why do they have, I know they probably explains probably here, but I think there's some extenuating circumstances sometimes with children that we have to kind of deal with what the situations are, because I know for a fact they did not give that, and you know what I'm talking about, that little boy did not get the safe harbor that was promised to him in statute and in our policy. They didn't treat it right, so how are we going to make sure, check and balance, that administrators, if this is a policy, you must adhere to it. They didn't at that time, but you all intervened, and the kid was able to graduate with everything. The other kid was some years ago when I was teaching at Evans. It did not occur. She was suspended. So I tried to advocate for her as a teacher and as a female teacher. So I knew where she was going. Well, I didn't know where she was going, but I understood her fear. So that is my concern as we put together the policy. I hope I'm being understood. That is clear. And we living in some dangerous times. I'm just going to say that. We are. And our children need to be safe. Now, I'm not saying we just throw caution to the wind that the divas bring weapons, but we have to be able to balance that. That is my only concern, because it's real. It's real. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes, please, Dr. Vasquez, and then Member Farrell wants to comment on the pepper spray issue.
So the due process is in place so that if there is a situation the parent doesn't agree, or they're able to present their case. This year we've centralized that, and so that there is a lot more consistency. Excuse me. I understand the concern about the the pepper spray, and we can have more conversations about it. I do want to address the issue that Board Member Felder brought up about the brass knuckles. And so I'm going to give a counterexample to that. We had a student that claimed they had brass knuckles because they walked to school. It was later found out that that child typically drives to school. They just walked that one time, and that child got off and did not get the consequence when somebody else got the consequence for having the brass knuckles. So we need to be cautious that we're not looking at this through the lens of one incident. The pepper spray is not just girls that can have it. You're looking at it through a situation where it could be a young lady that is walking to school and the parents want it to have it. But if you allow it, it's for anyone. And then the problem comes, what if somebody does use it at school for a situation that's not protection? And then what's the impact we have because we had that? We haven't allowed pepper spray. I can't remember when we've had it in our code as allowable. To my knowledge, we have not had any instances. For the first time last year, we had a parent that brought to our attention their child was walking to school. We were able to look into it, and that's where we found out about the 2 ounces. But when we're looking at the code, it's for everyone. And just because you're saying this could be a safety issue for the child walking to school, it proposes a danger for those that could bring it, and they're not using it as a way to protect themselves on the way to school.
Can I go? Can I go?
Okay. Member Ferrand.
Thing-
I know you're on pepper spray. You're on pepper spray.
Yep.
And Member
So-
Bird's on pepper spray, and Vice Chair's on pepper spray.
I do think, in regards to the pepper spray, so I had a couple ideas, but after hearing Dr. Vasquez, I do think we do have to look at this through a lens of all students, although it is hard because we do have students who are bringing, who have brought the pepper spray and they're not intending to ever use it ever. But they have it just in case something were to happen as they walk to school. The only thing, I would just throw this out here, because maybe we'll just leave it as is, but this is just a thought that I had. Could we have like a parental consent that says, my student, I've requested, I want my kid to have pepper spray because they're walking to school. This is the reasoning why. And then the spray in that, it would say the spray cannot be out at any time during school hours or on any school campus ever. And if it is, these are the consequences. That your student should not be discussing this with other students. This is just something for the protection and safety of your child while they walk to school. So just an idea. But again, when you said it in a different perspective, it's something I don't know that I would want every child in our schools carrying pepper spray for the just in case moment when they walk to school. So just to throw that out there. I did have another thought on dress code, but I can come back.
Thank you. Member Byrd.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that if the reason we couldn't house them temporarily at school was because it was a weapon, if it's not considered a weapon, could we possibly do that? Because at one of my schools, Wolf Lake Middle, they bought these clear plastic cases for the phones they thought they would have to have at the beginning of the year, which they haven't had to use, but that's got a key. So the student just puts their phone in, takes the key, and it's a necklace key, and then they come back at the end of the day, unlock, get the phone out. So why couldn't we do something like that with pepper spray? If we've got kids walking, they come in, they put the pepper spray in the thing, and we keep it there, as opposed to them walking around. Because I agree with both sides. I can see for sure the fear and, wanting to make sure your child is safe if they're walking. But I also do not want kids walking around campus with pepper spray in their pocket. So is that a possibility we could do?
I think we could look into it. Again, that would be the burden now is on the school to have to be able to manage that. What I would do is I'm going to ask the staff to go back and research it. Maybe the idea of a parent note that the child is walking to school, again, I just gave you an example of where the parent said their child was walking to school. That's why they had the brass knuckles, and they found out that the child typically drives to school. But we certainly can look at that for those unique situations. I just have a hard time having something on our campus that we know somebody could get a hold of, and then we have other children that can get hurt. Somebody can take the backpack and use it against them. But I think the parent permission slip may be an avenue for us to be able to pursue, not add more to the schools. It may be something we could put on Skyward so that if they are caught, the school can just look on Skyward and see if there's a parental note giving them permission that they have it because they walk to and from school. So we'll come back to the board on that one. Mm-hmm.
I just want to add one thing. Normally, it's not the student whose parent has given them the pepper spray, and it's on the keychain. It's the other students, possibly in the class or on the bus, that may see the pepper spray on the keychain, or may go in the student's backpack to get a pencil, and they see the pepper spray. And that's when it becomes a problem. So that's why it's listed under contraband, things that we would not want to have on campus.
And to add to what Ms. Joyner was saying, we have had incidents in the past where students maybe have it for self-defense or protection while they're walking to and from school, and then they get in a physical altercation on campus, and that tends to be the first thing they run to grab. Also, I spoke with Chief Holmes about this previously, just asking him what happens if someone gets sprayed with pepper spray. And you have the burning of the eyes, obviously, the chest and the coughing and things like that. But he said the students you have to actually be very careful with are the ones that maybe have asthma or have an allergic reaction to it. And he said, although rare, it can actually end up killing somebody if they have a bad reaction to it, a bad allergic reaction. So that's something else to think about, allowing it on our campus, especially if it's accidentally sprayed or accidentally goes off in someone's backpack. If there's a child nearby that has an allergic reaction or possibly has asthma, they could end up in the hospital. So I know it's not really a good solution. I know there's one side and another side to the argument, but in siding with Dr. Vasquez and what she said, I am concerned for the other students that possibly aren't using it appropriately or accidentally use it and then it harms somebody.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call in General Counsel, or Deputy General Counsel, but then I'm going to need some clarification on who still wants to talk on this issue. Vice Chair, Member Salamanca, Member Front, yours is a different issue. Okay, just trying to keep track. Mr. Palmerini.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Hey, I just wanted to, Sergeant Ogburn was over there and was very helpful. So this that I'm holding in my hand is 1.8 ounces of pepper spray. It would be under the 2 ounces that would be considered not a weapon. It's a great deal of pepper spray that can be sprayed multiple times. So just wanted to, for you all, when you're making your consideration, wanted you to make sure that you knew this was the size that we were talking about, that this would not be considered a weapon under Florida law.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't easy. I understand we don't want to put the burden on the schools. I was actually going to mention what Member Burb mentioned about just having them. I just think there's going to be so few people. We're not talking about a lot of students that would bring it to school and then lock it up. There would be so few of them. I don't know that it would really place a burden on the school. So I do think that that's an option that we look into. I also think that maybe we can look into how to house it. And the issue that I had from the beginning was not that I did not want it not to be allowed on campus, but that there should be if they're not using it, I mean, obviously, if they're using it to harm somebody, then it jumps immediately to a level 4 because you're using it as a weapon. So that if they were to use it in something or have it or use it or any of those things, then yeah, it rises to that occasion. But I didn't know if there was something that we could put in language that if it's found on them, instead, and their parents know that they have it and the parents are contacted, that there is more of an escalation. So like if they found it's on them, their parent doesn't know it's on them, the parent doesn't know that they have it, then it's level 3 contraband. But if the parent does, maybe there could be an escalator to where, all right, your parent knows, let's educate the parent, let's educate the child. And maybe it's a level 1, maybe it's a level 2 versus a level 3. Maybe we use just a little bit more of an escalator so that we're not so black and white in some of these items. Like we give your department a little bit more leeway to handle it on a case-by-case situation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Salamanca.
Yeah, I understand tolerances. I'm not saying I'm more of that, and I'm glad we have that distinction because it makes a difference. I think where I'm having a hard time is also on the same level of a level 3 as automatic, because if a student is getting the contraband part, but not the level 4 of using it as a weapon, it probably means that either someone told on the student that they have it, or it was a screening, and the student is not using this to harm anyone. It was caught on them. And so at that point, that's where I think a bit more of a progressive, right? And I remember, being in school and how many times kids love to get kids in trouble. And if you find out someone has something they're not supposed to do, and for good reasons, we always tell them, right? Like if you see something, say it. But if you're one of these students that is not using it, doesn't plan to use it, and even in the case of someone grabs it and uses it to harm someone else, that other student should get a level 4. But a level 3 for you on contraband as a get-go of something, yes, it's not safe to have it, so I understand that, but I'm just curious, like if a parent's like, I told my kid it was okay for them to have it for their safety, they were not the ones that used it against the other student, and the first line of punishment is a level 3, and the other student's a level 4. I'm just wondering if there's maybe a level 2 in here that has some wiggle room for parent acknowledgement and the student really not ever using it as a weapon. Because the contraband just means that somehow they got caught. And my question is, how does a kid usually get caught? And it's either screening, and at that point, safe harbor doesn't kick in, so it's too late for them, or a kid told on them because they have it, they saw it, they went to grab a pen, and they were like, this person has that. So my concern is just if there was any room here for a potential level 2, or just maybe in the training, something we have here that is clear, that sometimes there's some students that really do use it for that. Self-defense.
May I?
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Please.
So I have just a couple of thoughts. So they are caught with it once, it's a level 2. So what happens if they're caught with it the second time? Is it also a level 2, or is it now a level 3?
Well, I think sometimes it's lack of community. Like the parents don't even know that this is not allowed most of the time. I imagine at that point the parent has a choice.
Yeah. So, and then the other thought that I had, so parents can tell their children to do a whole lot. So I'll give a personal example.
Yes.
My husband and I differed on philosophy if you're getting picked on. And so my husband's philosophy was if somebody hits you, you're going to hit them back. And my response was that there's going to be a consequence to that. And so I don't tend to lean on when a parent is telling their child to do something that's against our code. And I do believe that if the parent is not aware that it's a contraband, even though they're supposed to go through the code of conduct, we don't do that for other things, right? And I understand this is a very difficult topic. I also think we have had situations where, a child had something, they weren't supposed to have it, somebody got a hold of it, and the other child got hurt, and the parent of the child who got hurt said, but that wasn't supposed to be on school campus, and my child wouldn't have gotten hurt if that child had followed the code. And so that's why I'm saying there's two sides. So yes, the child may bring it. They may not be using it against somebody else. Another child gets a hold of it and somebody gets hurt. Then the response from the parent may be, it's not supposed to be on campus. My child got hurt. Why isn't that child being disciplined? It's not easy by any means. I do believe we need to communicate with our parents about this particular issue, especially at the middle and high school level. I don't think it's that big of an issue at elementary. We certainly can look at progressive discipline, and if on your first offense, make it that it is a level 2, and then have it go up. I just have the concern if somebody gets hurt, that's a completely different scenario than somebody that got caught through the screening.
Okay. This has been good just to sit back and listen to this because I think I've evolved a little bit. I definitely agree with the escalation approach. But Superintendent, you raised a good point with regard to somebody else getting access to it and hurting somebody. The reason that I would lean towards treating this a little bit different than we treat everything else is that pepper spray, I think, is pretty commonly thought of as a self-defense tool. Like, my husband and I don't walk our dogs without pepper spray. I don't go for a bike ride without pepper spray. So I think that it's an easier mistake for parents to make, allowing their students to come. And while I do wish everybody would read every word of the Student Code of Conduct, I'm aware that probably that's a very small percentage. So the idea of more of a lower ranking offense makes sense. However, if the student is bringing it for self-defense, there is no reason for the student to be sharing it with anybody, showing it to anybody. So if another student gets a hold of it, I think at that point it would be appropriate for us to look into how did the other student even find out you had it? And if it was really just for self-defense to get to and from school and no other purpose, it never should have come out of your backpack. But at this point, you've put somebody else at risk. So I'm not sure from a legal standpoint if we can slice it that finely, but I know I shouldn't have even brought up legal because now I just entered John into the equation. And there's always a legal reason to say no. But no, I saw the face. Yeah, everything is always legally dicey. I know that. But anyway, that's kind of, my initial thought was along the lines of Member Byrd, and that is there be like a place where you check in. I was also really aware that could potentially create a lot of work on the school. I doubt that very many parents, once they know that is going to be part of the process, would probably opt in for that. So that, I thought, warranted at least for you and your team to look at. Is that feasible? How much trouble is it? So I would be comfortable, I think, personally, with either one of those options. But yeah, I mean, coming back to, I do see how a parent would send their child to school and not realize it's an issue. So you have one more thing to say on this, and then Member Byrd does. Still trying, and Member Salamanca. Okay. I just want to, Member Farran, I'm going to move you down because everybody else is back on this, okay? All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I understand completely what Dr. Vasquez is saying. I would just ask that as we review this and we look into the appropriate way to handle pepper spray, that we remember that we have boys and girls that are at the bus stop really early in the mornings where buses are late and they're there and they're alone and they have no way to defend themselves. So while we tackle making sure that everybody on our campus is safe and that it's not misused, I understand that too. but my concern also lies with the kids the students that are walking to school. The students, because we do have a shortage of bus drivers, are outside alone longer than they've ever been before. And people know that they're there and that buses are late because they travel, cars pass by them all the time. And we've seen some of the things in the community that happen to our students when they're at the bus stops. So I would ask that be a consideration as we look for a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Byrd?
Thank you. And I completely agree with you, Member Gallo. But I still have serious concerns about kids just having it with them. And for the same reasons that we don't want kids having their prescription medication with them. We had a case when I first got on the board where a student got expelled because he had prescription medication, although in this case it wasn't his, but either way, it was a large amount of pills. And the reasoning I stood behind that was that if another child got a hold of those pills and, got hurt or ingested them, that it's a safety issue. I think that kids, we deal with this all the time. Kids, their frontal lobe's not fully developed, and I just don't want kids pulling pepper spray out of their backpack at some point, or someone else grabbing it. I mean, it's just something that will happen if kids have it. So I strongly disagree with letting kids have it on them. I do agree with allowing them to bring it to school and turn it in at the beginning of the day. But that would be the only way I would do it. That's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Byrd. Member Salamanca?
Yeah, I'm happy we don't have it as a level 4. I'll say that to begin with. When I was in elementary school, I had to walk because I was zoned from McCoy, but I was in a program where I had to go to Lake George. So I had to walk in elementary school all of summer on from McCoy to Lake George, and it was really scary. I don't know if anyone wants to do that walk, but it was terrifying. And a lot of the parents and students that mentioned this concern to me are folks walking down Cimarron and Colonial at very dangerous times, and especially as a woman, it gets really, really scary. And so I think just having a place or some process for our students to feel safe when they're walking or on the bus stop or whatever. I am fairly certain that a lot of the principals that works with these students are happy to work because they find it can be difficult to give these students a level 3 or level 4 when they did not use this as a weapon. It got caught on them, whether it was a screening or another student told on them. And so I share Member Gallo's, of course I want everyone on our campuses to feel safe, but for those students that feel already very alone and very unsafe, and the walk to school and the walk after school is a really scary thing to do every day, it's not easy to then get suspended from school because you got caught with having and someone told on you. And so, I look at some of the level 3 offenses. I know there's a lot of discrepancies in how these get implemented, but it's still tough to get caught with that and then be suspended if you didn't use it to hurt anyone.
Can I try and summarize?
Please.
Is that okay? Is there anybody, if there's anyone else that wants to comment, I'll wait.
I'm the last. I think I'm the last.
I'm all supportive for what is being offered. It's like if we could just have a process or a place for these students and parents to maybe have them. We could just look into that. I think that would be great. And I'm fine with keeping as is.
All right, and my last concern, under the theory that anything that can go wrong will go wrong, is if I don't think we're going down this path anymore. Well, in a school district this big, you can pretty well count on that, right? But I don't think we're going down this path. But the idea of parents presenting a permission slip concerns me because I could see where that would spiral out of control as well when parents realize, well, Johnny has a permission slip. And the more parents think that there is pepper spray on campus, I think the more likely they are to think their child will need pepper spray to defend against another child with pepper spray. I don't think pepper spray particularly works that way, but I would be concerned about that. So I don't think the parental permission is a good option. So, Dr. Vasquez. come in for the rescue.
All right, so these are the two things I believe we're going to go back and then present at the final meeting. So the first one is to look at a progressive consequence, level 2, and then level 3 if they have it, and it's not displayed, right? So it's in their backpack, and really the only time I think that happens is it's with the weapon screening, because I can't think of another time when they would have, where they would get caught and they haven't been showing it to someone. So we would look at how we would word that to see level 2 for the first offense, and then the second offense, level 3. I would like to get principals' feedback on this, as well as feedback on member, I think it was member Byrd, I apologize if it was someone else, if there was a way where we had a place where they could be stored, and then the children get it at the end of the day. I do think that's going to be a problem, simply because they're already short-staffed, but somebody that's manning that, if the child comes in the afternoon and there's nobody there, we can look at the locker situation, see what the cost is, but again, not knowing how many. And if the ultimate goal is, this is where I want to make sure we're understanding, our ultimate goal is it's not on our campus. So the children are still then going to be walking or taking the risk of walking with it, because you're not saying you want it on campus. You're saying you don't want the consequence if the parent doesn't know that it's contraband. That's what I need. Yes? Okay. All right, we'll go back, we'll pull the principals on those two areas, and then we'll come back with language that shows progressive discipline for the student.
Now, Member Ferrand, do you remember what you wanted to talk about?
Yes, thank goodness I took notes so I wouldn't forget. That was a really great discussion on the pepper spray, just because I think we're really hearing from the community, but it really is hard because we're working on, it's all kids, and it really is a very, very small amount of kids who are walking to school with it. So I appreciate all the discussion on that. I wanted to bring up dress code. It was on page 62. I have a really hard time with our dress code, in the sense that maybe it just seems like we need to be more specific. When I visit schools, especially high schools, I would say it really only seems to be in high schools, but the amount of crop tops, so bellies showing, short shorts, and it's mainly girls. And I don't know that they even realize, but as they walk and their backpack is there, their bottoms are showing. I just feel like we need to have something in place just to help them as well. And I just think I think this was tweaked before I had come on. But some other things that I've been noticing, and teachers having frustration with, students bringing blankets and carrying blankets all over campus, pajamas being worn. We don't need Daisy Dukes, and no cuts, no butts, no coconuts, is what we would always say growing up. So I just think something where we're just, I think, showing respect, and I think when we show respect for our own, what we're wearing, and they come dressed respectfully, it's a different perspective in the school. And so I think if there's a way to work with that, particularly the pajama thing, I don't know, I just think kids need to wake up and get dressed for success, and they don't need to be wearing suits and ties, but something that is appropriate. And I know I see this thing, there was a little note somewhere about the uniforms. I know that certain principals, that's more up to principal discretion, but there is something to say about when students come to school and they're dressed for success, they have a different mindset. They're there to learn and succeed. So I would love to see maybe a little tweaking with this dress code policy.
I just want to add something. I know maybe 2 years ago, I just checked with one of the AAs, I'm not sure it's here or there, but we did embed a video in the Canvas course that showed kids appropriate dress based on what we have in our code. If it's not there for the 24-25 school year, we will add it again. So when the kids are reviewing the code, they will see what's considered appropriate dress, and we would add something about blankets and pajama pants.
Dr. Vasquez? So in rereading, I think number 2 covers literally Daisy Dukes, and that I think for that we just have to work with our schools to enforce it. And we can do that. I love the video idea. So the pajamas don't violate our code of conduct. And I understand what you're saying, yes, dressing for success, but in some cases, the pajamas are covering more than what the others are doing. And so I would want to just get, consensus from the board on how we would go about with the pajamas. I did investigate the blankets, and what we're told is that in some of the classrooms it's cold, and so they're wearing the blankets. I know we have no experience with that up here because it's cold in the classrooms, not because I said, are they out of dress code and they're kind of wrapping themselves up, and they weren't. And so I also asked Dr. Armbruster, who is, going out and visiting. He really didn't see a whole lot of it, but I mean, it was recent. It was since you and I spoke. So we certainly can enforce it and let our principals know we really need to follow the dress code. And then I need direction on the pajamas because it doesn't violate our code of conduct. That's my only issue, is unless we put verbiage in there that we don't want pajamas or we don't recommend pajamas, then we really, our hands are tied based on our code.
Can I follow up?
Please.
Just thinking about pajamas, for me, when we look at pajamas, it's more of for a spirit day, or it's like a treat to go to school in your pajamas. But I don't know if we want to be super specific, but at the same time, I do feel like I get what you're saying. I would much rather a kid show up in their sweatpants or pajama pants than shorts that are short that I'm like, I feel embarrassed. I just think we need to help our students. And if it is in our code, then I think just really, really working with our principals to help them enforce that. I have heard a lot of things where people don't want to say something. Faculty doesn't want to say something because now the students say, well, why are you looking at me like that? Well, I mean, if your belly is showing and we don't want your belly to show, it's part of our school policy, then that's why we're saying, I mean, it's right there. I don't know what to tell
I hear you. This, again, is a delicate matter, but in some schools, when, the parents are coming, that's the fashion, right? If you go on Instagram, I mean, that's what the kids are wearing, and that's what their parents are wearing. And I think that may be part of what we are all seeing, that the dress code in some schools is being enforced more based on that community and what they're wearing. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's wrong. I want to do the will of the board, so I just need direction. We certainly can enforce. That's easy. And I think that everything except the pajamas is covered with 2. We need direction from the board on how you want us to address the pajamas.
Okay. All right. Pepper spray to pajamas. The P words are problems today. So let's go. I do have an opinion on pajamas, having worn them last year. I think it was at Christmas, and you had to wear Christmas pajamas, and I came into, So, but it was a special occasion. Yeah, it was unique. Yeah. Just in case there's pictures out there, I just wanted to come clean. So, Member Byrd, and then Vice Chair.
There's so much I could say on this, but I'm going to spare all of you because many of you have already heard for years me talk about this. But I will say for the pajamas, I agree with the superintendent. It's not a violation of our dress code. And while I understand that it's frustrating and it's annoying to see the kids walking around in it, you know, at many of our schools, and the superintendent kind of touched on it a little bit, there are bigger fish to be frying than if kids are wearing flannel pajama pants and t-shirt, which I'm assuming, or tank top is what we're talking about. We're talking about pajamas. I've got schools that, you know, there's so many other things that they are more worried about than that. So while I understand the frustration, it's not a matter of safety. It's not a matter of keeping our kids healthy or keeping other kids safe, which is what our code of conduct is really what our goal here is supposed to be doing. That's a parenting decision, and I don't think that, you know, if that's the way a parent chooses to allow their child to dress, then that's the parent's decision, and I don't think that that's our job to be parenting the kids. It's our job to be educating the kids and making sure they have a safe learning environment. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that. I don't have a problem with the pajamas. I get that it's bothersome, but it's really not against the code, in my opinion, so I don't think it needs to be dealt with.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, loungewear is like really on trend right now, so I think we'd have a very difficult time distinguishing between loungewear and pajamas. And I've been on campuses, and you'd be hard pressed not to find girls in crop tops. Like, you're more likely to find girls in crop tops than you are in regular shirts. But it is against our student code of conduct, so I don't think that requires a change in our code of conduct, because the crop tops currently are not allowed. I think the issue is that we do have a lack of resources, and as Member Byrd pointed out, there is a lot of things, discipline, there's a lot of things on our campus that take up the majority of time of our administrators, and so it's just like the lack of resources. Are you going to break up a fight, or, you know, find someone who's skipping class or has drugs? Like, you've got to prioritize and pick your battles every single day on campus. And I think at the end of the day, some just are finding it hard to do the code of conduct. And I've seen it. I've seen the short shorts. My kids wear the short shorts. But on the other hand, I've also seen some of our staff, not in short shorts, not in crop tops, but in what some might consider loungewear or pajama bottoms. And so it's just, as a society, we're not dressing the way that we used to dress. So I think it's a challenge. I think having a conversation with our principals, trying to get them to follow the code of conduct that we have in place. But I mean, I've been on campuses and I've seen them, and you can see the principal get a little bit nervous because there's board members on campus. And I was actually on campus with someone else who made a comment about how people were dressed. And it's just so hard because there's just a lack of resources. And at the end of the day, as Member Byrd pointed out, we need to educate them. We need to keep them safe. And how do you prioritize what that looks like? And unfortunately, I think the dress code kind of falls to the lowest priority, as maybe it probably should with some of the other things that we're dealing with.
Okay, Member Farran.
I was just going to say, I think it got, the pajama thing got pushed to the top, but I think the biggest thing is your crop tops, the short shorts, and I get it. This maybe is at the bottom of the totem pole, but just reminding principals, reminding parents that let's help our kids to dress in a way that is for success, and dress in a way that isn't especially for our girls, we don't need to dress provocatively. I get that every culture is different, every school might be different, but in a way that really follows the code of conduct. And if crop tops is not approved on the code of conduct, to remind parents, even if it's trendy out of school and they go out of school and they wear that, in school, if that's what our standard is, then we want to make sure that that's what we're following. So that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
All right, Member Brown, thank you. Okay, just to close out this, this discussion, since nobody else apparently has ever worn pajamas to any of our schools, a little bit more disclosure. It was an elementary school. It was pajama day. They were flannel pajamas, long sleeves, long pants. Just felt the need to make sure that's explicitly clear. And Dr. Vasquez, we're ready to move on.
All right, we are ready for the next section. Oh, we're done. We are done.
We're done?
Well, we're done here. We now have closed session.
Oh, no, I know, but still.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's good.
It's great.
Great job. Sarah, Dr. Ms. Kopesky,
Thank you.
Dr. Joyner, thank you so much. All right. Are we, what room are we having a closed session in? Okay, and do we need, yes, and, yeah. Mr. Palmerini, do we need to read anything into the record at this point in time or before we start the closed session? Okay, thank you.